Good morning. We are going to start with some minutes late. I thought that yesterday we had more students. I don't know where the others are. There were more students yesterday. Probably they will be coming. Um, Normally, this morning we have two lectures. The first lecture by Professor Kadirgamar, Ahilan, on Sri Lanka, lessons from Sri Lanka about debt restructuring. But before that, we'll give to Professor Vikas Rawal 10 minutes to talk about the IDEAS program certificate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndongo. I'm not going to take too much time. This thought useful for students to talk about the IDEAS certificate program that we've been running for the last 2 years. This is a unique program in many ways. It's a program that's aimed to train students, young researchers, young teachers into research, to train them for research in political economy, applying heterodox approaches to studying economic problems of the global south in particular. We have been running this program for 2 years, and right now we have the second batch going, and we will soon start another session of the program. So I thought it would be useful to inform people about it. So students who are doing their masters, who finish their masters, students who are in early stages of their PhDs, or if you're a teacher, and you would like to get some exposure to issues, methods, techniques, and approaches of research in heterodox approaches towards studying problems of development in the global south. I would invite you to look at the program on our website. The program usually starts in August. In the month of May, IDEAS comes out with a call for applications. So those of you who are interested should look out for the call in May. In August, the session starts. It's a 10-month program divided into 3 terms. The first term, which is, I think, a 4-month term, has 3 compulsory courses: macroeconomics, taught by Professor Prabhat Patnaik; development economics, which is taught by scholars from across the world; and research methodology, which I and Dr. Jessim Pais coordinate, but we have other people that are coming in. Then we have, in the month of December, a second term, which is a term which involves students doing some field work. So they go out, do some short surveys. We work with the students, help them design the survey. They go and implement it, come back and write a short report based on the findings. And then we have a final third term in which we offer 9 to 10 optional modules. The student is required to do at least three out of those 8 or 9 modules that are offered. In the first term, the courses involve, I think, 16 sessions per course. The program mostly involves lectures 5 days a week, 2.5 hours every day. So it's a fairly intense program, but it's also quite rewarding for people. It's been an experience. Um, it's run in a hybrid mode with well, 3 things happen. One is that there is a batch of students, about 20-25, who are in India, and there is a classroom facility like this where they sit every day and they're in classes. At the same time, students from other parts of the country, the largest contingent last 2 years has been from Africa. There are also students from other parts of Asia, from Latin America, uh, who join online. So every day it's a class that's happening hybrid with Indian students in person, everybody else online. And occasionally we do, and I hope we've done it this year in Sri Lanka, but I hope we can do this elsewhere, particularly in Ghana, if something like that can happen here. If we have a sort of group of students, 5, 6, 7 students in one place, then we can organize in-person classes for some modules or some special lectures by bringing resource persons, teachers here, so that they can engage intensively with students and sort of do some in-person training as well. So it's a mix of in-person and online teaching, but it's a program that's a 1 year long program. Uh, I would advise students, particularly master's students, but also early PhD students, students who are planning to join their PhD program, students who are in the early stages of PhD programs are still exploring what they would like to do for their PhDs, to consider joining this program. As I said, the next call for applications would come out in May. Between now and May, we have for the second session, the third term of the second session is going on. This is the term in which students go through several optional modules. Some of these modules are also open to guest students. So if you would like to get a flavor of what this program is like, uh, you may want to look out for announcements which are made occasionally on the Ideas website and on the Ideas mailing lists, which you can subscribe to. And you can join for a module that will basically be a 10, 12 lecture module. Sometimes a module of special lectures, which can be fewer lectures, which you can join and get a sense of what this program is like. And if you find it useful, you may consider joining the program next year. Yeah? Thank you very much. But if people have any questions about the program, I'm around for next 2 days, next 3 days. So feel free to reach out to me and ask me for any. Yeah, over to you, Ahilan.
Turn off this one, no? Yeah, go. Okay, good morning. So I'm really glad to be here, and I want to thank the economics department here for inviting me to engage with all of you. And before I start, I would really recommend this Ideas course. 6 of my former students and research assistants and so on are taking that course this year, and they're getting a lot out of that year-long ideas certificate course on political economy. So I would also strongly recommend it. Now, just to give you a little bit of context in terms of where I'm coming from, I teach at the University of Jaffna in Sri Lanka, which is in the northern part of Sri Lanka, where we went through almost 26 years of a civil war. But in addition to teaching, I also do a lot of research, a lot of work on the rural economy, and I'm the chair of what is called the Northern Cooperative Development Bank, which is a federation of about 1,200 cooperatives in the northern part of Sri Lanka. So I think what I'll be talking to you, and maybe during the discussion, I'm always thinking in terms of the international financial architecture, but also how it relates to the day-to-day livelihoods of people in the rural sector. So I arrived yesterday and I saw the YouTube of what the lectures that you had yesterday, and I saw there was a lot of questions and discussion. So I was also thinking that maybe I'll lay out a few things about Sri Lanka, but maybe we have, I think, in about an hour and 10 minutes. So maybe also a lot of it could be much more discussion oriented, because I'm also here to learn a lot from all of you about what's going on in Africa with the debt crisis. So I was really excited when I was invited to this conference the next few days, because there's much for us in Sri Lanka to learn from the experience here in Africa, and the need for much greater solidarity between Asia and Africa. So Sri Lanka, for those of you don't know, it's a country of about 21 million people, and it has a unique history even in Asia, in the sense that when you look at its political economy, I mean, of course, we went through 450 years of colonialism, first by the Portuguese, then the Dutch, and then the British. But our sort of late colonial, post-colonial history is slightly unique in the sense that Sri Lanka was the first country in Asia to gain universal suffrage. So in 1931, all men and women got the right to vote. So that sort of elections have played a big role. And maybe that also contributed in the 1930s, when during the Great Depression, and I'm consciously talking about the Great Depression because Sri Lanka is probably going through the worst economic crisis since the 1930s, along with this debt crisis, right? So the 1930s, when we went through a tremendous crisis, famine, we went through a malaria crisis where we lost % of our population in 1934, 1935. And all that led to big change in direction in terms of social policy. So in the last years of the colonial period, we didn't have a very powerful anti-colonial struggle like in India, but what we did gain was we pushed for universal education, universal healthcare, and even a universal food subsidy in the from the mid 1940s into the early 1950s. So even today, and now that is what is at risk of being challenged. Even today, I teach in a university. All universities in Sri Lanka are state universities, and education all the way, including for my students, is free. University education is also free, which goes back to the 1940s as a response to the crisis, where our leaders at that time felt that there should be universal education. We also have universal healthcare. Anybody can go, and the best hospitals, even though now there are private clinics and so on, the best hospitals in terms of the best consultants all work in the state health system. So this is what led in the 1970s for Sri Lanka to be called one of the kind of development models by heterodox economists, because even though our per capita income was low, we had very high human development indicators in terms of literacy, in terms of child mortality, you name it. And so Sri Lanka, along with that time in the 1970s, Cuba and the Indian state of Kerala were considered these kinds of model developmental states for the reason that there was this kind of social welfare. But all that changed with the next major crisis that hit much of our world, the 1970s, which led up to the last major debt crisis in the 1980s. So Sri Lanka was again the first in South Asia to go the route of liberalization. We went through structural adjustment in 1977, 78. And until the 70s, as I mentioned, we had a universal food subsidy. Every individual was entitled to 2 kilograms of rice a week. They slowly got rid of the food subsidy. They made a cash transfer and then inflated it away. But universal healthcare and education, they could not touch because the student movement was very strong. And so they've been trying for decades, and World Bank has been pushing for that as well, to privatize education and healthcare. But that hasn't gone through. And what is at stake with the current crisis is also that there are now moves by the government to privatize higher education. So this is a historic moment for us when we look at our post-colonial history. So just to give you that context of, maybe there are parallels, maybe we can come into question about, have discussion about the sort of the social cost of this crisis. But the current crisis, I would, like everywhere else, the mainstream narrative about the crisis, the debt crisis in Sri Lanka now, is that in 2019, we had a new government, they cut taxes, our revenues started to fall, revenues went down, the COVID crisis and the disruption, a lot of our foreign earnings from tourism was disrupted, migrant remittances were disrupted, and then finally the war in Ukraine, which led to much higher prices in terms of commodities or fuel, and that led to a balance of payment crisis that pushed us to default in April 2022, exactly about 2 years ago. But this narrative, which is broadly accepted, I don't agree with. I think many of us have slowly become critical, because I trace the debt crisis in Sri Lanka, even though this is the first time Sri Lanka has defaulted, to liberalization starting in 1977, 78, where, trade liberalization, capital account convertibility, we started to see the initial sort of bubble. But also what happened to Sri Lanka is that we went through a very long civil war. From 1983 to 2009, we went through a long, protracted civil war, which slowed down liberalization, so to speak, because the state was very much concerned about the war and financing the war. And so they did not go full steam with liberalization, which they had started in 77, started to slow down in 83. In 2009, when the war ended, that's when And at that time itself, I wrote about it as a second wave of neoliberalism. So the civil war ended in 2009. You all know of the North Atlantic financial crisis, the global financial crisis of 2008. And suddenly Sri Lanka was seen as a post-conflict country that investors felt that there was stability. The war ended in 2009 May. In 2009 July, we went into an IMF agreement, which gave the kind of green light for all this excess capital in the West. And it was flowing into the emerging markets. But Sri Lanka was not only seen as an emerging market, but as a post-conflict market that a lot of capital came in. And if you look at, for example, our stock market, it was the best performing stock market in 2010 with all that capital coming in. And we showed growths of 9% in 2010, 11, 12. It was, in my view, a bubble, but it was the sort of exemplar around the world of a model development state in another sense, right? With capital coming in, high growth. But at that time itself, some of us were writing that this second wave of neoliberalism after the first wave in the late 1970s was headed towards, it was unsustainable, towards a debt crisis. That's when, in 2007, we floated our first sovereign bond. And by the mid-2010s, the major portion of our debt was commercial borrowing and mainly ISBs. So in a way, some of us saw this crisis coming much longer. The sort of the conjuncture of the COVID crisis and its sort of fallout is what sort of pushed us over the cliff into this deep crisis. And because, like in so many other parts of the world, all this excess capital in the West came and was absorbed in real estate, in infrastructure, but we didn't see the returns from all of that. So how are we going to repay this very high interest debt? The average interest rate on our sovereign bonds were, and this is when interest rates in the West were close to zero, we were paying 7%. And you can do the compound interest on a 10-year sovereign bond at 7%. You're almost paying interest equivalent to your capital by the time you repay that debt. So it was headed towards a crisis, but that's what we were encouraged on the path. In 2016, June, Sri Lanka went into its 16th IMF agreement because we were having balance of payment problems. In 2016 July, so the 2016 June, we had a $1.5 billion IMF agreement, an extended fund facility. In 2016 July, we floated $1.5 billion US in sovereign bonds a month later. So the IMF agreements and the IMF path was the path to keep on accumulating these sovereign bonds. And by the time the COVID crisis hit and the think tanks in Colombo and to some extent even some of the embassies in Colombo were saying the only way forward for Sri Lanka is to default, go for its 17th IMF agreement. And we were told by these prominent voices, even though there was a debate on what the consequences would be, that if Sri Lanka defaults and goes to the IMF agreement, that there will be bridge financing coming from various actors, Western actors, that an IMF agreement would be smooth and fast, and that debt restructuring would be done, and we can move on. We can go back to the development path that we were on. We defaulted in April 2022. There was no more bridge financing that came in. It took a whole year for the IMF to approve the next facility, a $3 billion facility. And debt restructuring has still not been achieved 2 years later, right? So the way in which, and for Sri Lankans, this is the first time we've ever defaulted. So a lot of this, including myself, for the first time, on our feet, we're having to study, understand the whole global architecture, because now it has very serious consequences for us. The fallout of all of this, including the severe austerity measures that have been put in place, is that in 2022, our economy contracted by 7.8%. Last year, our economy contracted by 3.6%. Right? For a country that should be growing anywhere from 5 to 8%, imagine this contraction, the sort of negative impact of it. Poverty, according to headline figures, has doubled. I think it's much more. Multidimensional vulnerability is on the order of 56% of the population. So all the strong human development gains that I told you about are now one by one collapsing. And it's in that kind of a context that how do we understand this debt restructuring process? As I mentioned, we had been through 16 IMF agreements before, but this time we are really caught, because there's a lot of, if you read the Western media on Sri Lanka, they're always talking about the Chinese debt trap. Right? They say, well, Sri Lanka borrowed from China and now they are caught in a debt trap. There's a big push in that direction. But Chinese debt is much less than the sort of commercial debt that we've been floating in the Western capital markets. So I often say what Sri Lanka is going through right now is not the Chinese debt trap, it's an IMF trap. For the reason that we are in an IMF program, but unlike the previous 16 ones, we can't walk away from it because we have defaulted on our debt, and IMF is considered the arbiter for debt restructuring. And so we can't, so if you walk away from it, then we would remain in default. We won't be able to normalize our external finances. So that the most severe austerity measures, what the IMF calls benchmarks, are being imposed on Sri Lanka, from market pricing energy, where electricity costs have, for large sections of our population, quadrupled. So Sri Lanka is again unique in terms of these, its social and kind of public services. Almost 99% of the people have access to electricity, which is quite unique in South Asia. But in the last 2 years, 1 million households have been disconnected from the electricity grid. Why? Because one of the conditions of the IMF agreement is to market price energy. Fuel prices have tripled. Our small-scale fishermen and farmers use kerosene oil. It quadrupled. So the kind of devastation you can imagine. If you take what came with also the policies of the conditionalities of the IMF, because it's all, and I think I'm sure many of your countries are going through this, inflation targeting. So what happened in 2022 was that we suddenly, overnight, we were asked to devalue our rupee. the rupee went from 200 rupees to $1 to 360. Right? And also the speculation in global commodity prices in the global markets meant, as all of you know, fuel prices in 2022 more or less doubled. Of course, what's going to happen to inflation? All those imports, when the rupee devalues, is passed on to the consumer. So inflation went up. It was a one-time hike by 70%. So what did the central bank do under the advice of the IMF was to increase interest rates from 6% to 16.5%. So all kinds of small businesses went under, farmers couldn't get credit, whereas many of us were arguing this is a one-time hike because of the one-time devaluation of the rupee, that a year later, if you calculate it year on year, inflation will come down. But they decided to increase interest rates. So it is a kind of a deflationary strategy, which is what led to the shrinking of the economy, the huge contraction that I told you about, right? And now our central bank and the IMF congratulate themselves, saying that they have brought down inflation down to single digits. It's the base effect. Year on year, and even at the height of it, in late 2022, in my columns, I was saying, by August next year, inflation will be down to single digits because it was a one-time hike. There's nothing to do with increasing the interest rates, but they increased so a lot of these policies. So where are they coming from? These rise in interest rates, the devaluation of the rupee, the huge wage repression. So those one-time increase, cost of living almost went up 100%, but wages did not go up. So real wages have effectively come down by 50%. And our elite are quite happy, saying now we are much more competitive in the global markets. We produce garments, one of our chief export products. So there is a logic to how this whole debt restructuring process is working, but whose logic is the question? Who is it serving? And it's this sort of, on the one hand, tremendous social suffering, and now we are told with the IMF agreement, and I mentioned it's a $3 billion IMF agreement over 4 years, over 48 months, right? $3 billion over, and it's called the IMF bailout. $3 billion over 48 months amounts to $60 million per month. How is Sri Lanka surviving? Sri Lanka's foreign earnings every month is about 1.8 billion $, 30 times this so-called IMF bailout. And it is for that $60 million a month that are the so-called bailout, that all this social suffering is being imposed. Right? So the way in which the language of bailouts, right? And so in this kind of a context, because we had defaulted, then we start the negotiations for debt restructuring. There are the multilaterals, and with this IMF agreement, it's $3 billion, and even those $3 billion don't fully come in, because then we are also repaying funds to. So the net flow from the IMF is even less than that 60 million a month. World Bank and ADB, they provide some funds, but what are the World Bank funds mostly used for? They're so-called reforms. So privatization of education, all of this is part of the intra-partnership framework that Sri Lanka has gone into from until 2027, which more or less dovetails the IMF agreement, which will go in through 2027. So with this sort of path, but multilateral organizations, the IMF and the World Bank, there is no debt restructuring in terms of their debt. And the effective interest rates of the IMF loan that we've got, now with the surcharges and so on, is probably going to get close to 6 to 6.5%. This is dollar denominated, debt, which is almost on par with what we were paying for commercial borrowing. So but the multilateral organizations are, their debt cannot be restructured. The bilaterals are a mix. China being the largest, then Japan, then India, then many European countries. There was negotiations about restructuring the debt. It's coming to some conclusion. China has agreed, Paris Club, but a lot of it was a tussle between the West and China. India, Japan, US being on one side, and China, because Sri Lanka is the site of a lot of geopolitical tension between China and the West. So blaming each other, but now it's reaching a conclusion. But then there's the commercial debt, which, as I mentioned, is the lion's share of our debt. And what the commercial creditors did, these big bondholders, is to say, okay, if you want us to restructure your debt, you also have to restructure your domestic debt. Because approximately 50% of our government debt is domestic debt, 50% is external debt. Now, we didn't default on our domestic debt. It's in rupees. We defaulted on our external debt because we didn't have the foreign earnings. But if you look at what the IMF does in their programs, much of what we are taught is they conflate the twin deficits, right? The fiscal deficit and the current account. Instead of seeing this as the only way to repay this sort of external debt is if we have foreign earnings. Domestic debt, there's many ways to deal with it because it's rupee denominated debt. We could extend it, we could print money, as they say, and which is how Western countries deal with their debt. Right? But the conflation of the two, and the bondholder said, you have to go through domestic debt restructuring if we are to agree to any terms. Our government has been all too happy to go along with the IMF and the creditors. So they, about a year ago, they initiated, and by September, they completed domestic debt restructuring. What did they do? They did not go after the financiers who held domestic debt. They did not go after the banks, the finance companies, the big individual investors. They went after our pension funds because in Sri Lanka, as part of our broad social policy, for the entire formal sector, including women who work as tea pluckers in the plantations, they are required to save about 23, with the contribution, 8% of their own, the employers, 23% of their income goes into their retirement funds. So what did the government do? They decided to restructure, and all those retirement funds, which amounts to about 18% of GDP at the moment, is put into treasury bonds, Sri Lankan treasury bonds. So they decided to restructure only the retirement funds to bring down the gross financing needs of Sri Lanka to the IMF benchmark. So every year for the next 18 years, 0.5% of GDP worth of our retirement funds are going to be. So the opportunity cost is such that when I did the calculation, the retirement fund, these are mainly working people. These are, tea pluckers, garment factory workers, some professionals, but the majority of them are. Their retirement fund in 18 years, 17 years time is going to be 47% less from what it would have been if it didn't go through domestic debt restructuring. But the wealthy, the finance companies, the financiers got scot-free. So there's a logic to how this domestic debt restructuring has worked in Sri Lanka under pressure from the commercial creditors. And we are yet to arrive at any kind of agreement with our commercial creditors, and they're playing hardball. They are going to keep negotiating hard because on the one hand, the IMF says we may not approve your next review unless you achieve debt restructure. Right? The two conditions that the major conditions that the IMF puts on Sri Lanka is one, that we achieve debt restructuring with all our creditors. Two, starting this year, even though our economy has been contracting, investment is falling, that we achieve a primary surplus this year, and from next year, 2.3% of GDP in primary surplus. Right? Where our public investment is collapsing. So what is the government doing? They're cutting all public investment, even some of the recurrent expenditure where they can, to be able to achieve this target of a 2.3% primary surplus. So this is completely undermining growth. So what we are seeing, and then even I think the experience of Greece is there more recently, is that we are probably going to lose a generation. Sri Lanka's GDP, even according to their things, if the IMF program goes smoothly, won't recover to 2018 levels until 2028. So already a decade lost. But if you think a developing country like Sri Lanka should grow during that 10 years, it's actually 2 decades that are lost in terms of opportunities for the next generation. So this is the kind of program that we are in. And we are there, as I mentioned, because we can't walk away from this IMF agreement because the IMF is both a lender, it's clearly a conflict of interest, and also the arbiter for debt restructuring. And they are setting the terms of how this engagement is. And unless there is, and Sri Lanka is increasingly also becoming isolated, and we can discuss this, and I think the conference, the next few days are going to be, there's going to be a lot of discussion about this. That is, what is the world going through right now, particularly our part of the world in the global south? Is it a solvency crisis where with debt distress, so many countries, various estimates, 50 odd countries are in debt distress and could possibly default? Is it a solvency crisis or is it a liquidity crisis? Now the discourse is shifting to say it's a liquidity crisis, except for the countries that have already defaulted. I think our countries are in big trouble, that only if they can just lend, slosh some funds out there, then we would be able to go back to the same way in which life was. Right? Is it a solvency crisis or a liquidity crisis? So, and for countries like Sri Lanka and maybe Zambia and Ghana that have defaulted, then what kind of alliances can we make in the context in which some countries are supposed to be insolvent and the others only have a liquidity crisis. So it's also, again, a divide and rule kind of approach is my sense, but we can discuss that. What will this broken international financial architecture look like when we come out of this crisis? What ideas do we have to be able to put forward a different system to address this? So these are the sort of big questions before us. And what I can say in terms of Sri Lanka, and I'll make a few points, then I'm really much more interested in your questions, and we can take it as a discussion. There is this broken international financial architecture, which is not dealing with this crisis. What does the IMF do? In Sri Lanka, the first country in Asia, they're saying they've done something new. They've done a governance diagnostic, because the problem in Sri Lanka was only of corruption. Right? It's not about the international system. It's corruption in Sri Lanka. So their big thing is they've done a governance diagnostic, and they're going to fix corruption with some laws. And we know how easy that is. So that is the way in which. So, but you have to get a primary surplus. Why do you have to get a primary surplus? Fix it at the macro level so that you can repay your creditors. Peter Doyle, who's here, I think, also for the conference, wrote an interesting paper comparing Sri Lanka and Zambia, and I think he's going to be speaking at the Ideas Conference the next couple of days, where he said, why this severe, and he wrote this a year now, why this severe primary surplus targets for countries like Sri Lanka, 2.3%, while the models that we're supposed to emulate, Vietnam, India, and so on, consistently run a 1.5% deficit. So basically 4% more than them, right? The only rationale I can think of is so that you can repay your creditors, right? That's the only interest of the IMF agreement here. So they think they can fix it at the macro level. But if you look at the IMF's debt sustainability analysis for Sri Lanka, they themselves say that the next external shock could possibly, take Sri Lanka off this sustainability path. So we're going through all this suffering, and that's my main concern, that 3 years down the line, we might be going to another IMF agreement. We might be defaulting again and having to restructure our debt. As the IMF second review just happened, and the staff level agreement just came out, and the IMF staff chief says Sri Lanka is on a knife edge. Right? So this is the reality of how the process is working, but they are putting the whole onus to be fixed at the macro level. But I don't see this working. So how is it working? How is it actually going to work? And I think that is what, as economists, we have to look at, right? What is unsaid in these processes? What is hidden there? I can only see three things in which how this situation in Sri Lanka is going to work out. One is, along with this IMF program, which is not so explicitly put there, there's a whole privatization agenda. There's going to be a fire sale of public assets. Electricity board, water board, utilities. So then you kill two birds with one stone. The government gets revenue, and if you get foreign investors, you also get foreign capital coming in to be able to repay your debt. But that has long-term consequences away from that social development trajectory that Sri Lanka was on towards now. Then people's development, human development, is going to be undermined, not just for one generation, for many generations going forward. The second logic of this is that you repress wages. As I mentioned already, real wages have fallen 50% for those in the formal sector. If you take people in the informal sector, agricultural labor, as I mentioned, I work with cooperatives, I work with rural farmers, fisher folk, and so on. In the informal sector, their incomes are probably down to a quarter because they don't have wage labor anymore. Small farms, what do? They use family labor during a crisis like this. So malnutrition, school dropouts, all that we're seeing. But that makes Sri Lanka competitive, supposedly, to be able to compete in a global market where it's a race to the bottom. Right? So now you can pay garment workers a half or third the actual wages you were paying before, so that you can start the accumulation again. That's the second element of this unsaid program. The third element of this program is that it is all being absorbed, not at even the macro level, at the national level. As I mentioned, our elite get scot-free. There was no, is at the household level, through food insecurity, food costs, people skipping meals, and it's very gendered as well. Women having to face the brunt of this huge attack. That's where the shock is being absorbed. But there's very little discussion of that. And one challenge, I mean, I'm dealing with is, we talk about debt restructuring, but what is debt restructuring going to do in terms of agrarian change in our part of the world, right? We're going through a food crisis. We're going through an agricultural crisis. But if you look at a lot of the mainstream discussion, even from many heterodox economists, they're only thinking of it in terms of somehow climate investment can get us out of this crisis. The service sector may be expanding with investment can get us out of it. There isn't enough attention on the agrarian question in the midst of this debt crisis, and how that is going to affect us is another question that we need to think about. So I'll stop here because I'm really much more interested in your questions. I think we have about half an hour till 11:30. So I'm really looking forward not only your questions, but your comments, maybe parallels that you see in your countries that I hope we can take forward as a discussion. Thank you.
I'll take it around. One. Anyone else? Two. Three. I think three is okay for now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your wonderful presentation. My name is Isaac. There's one issue that we didn't raise about the Ghanaian case, and I wanted to ask you about Sri Lanka. Ndongo, Sylla here and others have been talking about the issue of perverse growth. So in Ghana, for example, between 2000 and 2020, we paid more on FDI. So income outflows on FDI, primary income on FDI, far outstripped external debt service. Is this an issue in Sri Lanka? Because I'm raising this because part of the reason we entered into the liquidity crisis is not just about the debt. Is this pattern of perverse growth, first on FDI, but also on luxury consumption? So most of the liquidity or the forex is exhausted in this luxury consumption and then on the FDI outflows.
Thank you. My name is Rukayat Adam. So I've sat through all the presentations since yesterday, and to me, it's that multilateral institutions since the 70s are incapable of solving our problems. Why do we keep going back to them? Why aren't our governments exploring alternative routes to getting our situations better. Yesterday, Prof. Howard mentioned about agriculture, and you look around Africa, and there's so much land, there's so much resources that we can explore. Why aren't we exploring these alternative strategies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is, I'm just curious because I heard you talk about tax cuts, and then just like Ghana, many experts always say they saw the warning signs of the crisis. They saw the warning signs of the crisis. But what is always preventing us from um, tackling the issue before it occurs? Because it's like if we know what is happening, then we do nothing. Then when the thing happens, or is it that we try to address it, but we don't have the capacity? That is why we wait until the crisis hits, and then we talk about we saw it and nothing was done. Like, thank you. Okay, then there's another question. Um, what has been the problem with um always cutting taxes when we know uh, internal revenue mobilization is very key to our sustainability?
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. I'm Sarah from University of Ghana. Yeah, looking at the debt restructuring by the IMF and other multilateral organizations, from the presentation so far, we can see that there's still a problem. But my question is there a leg room within this program that Africans or maybe developing countries can capitalize on to maybe to develop on their own?
You want to answer, then we'll do another round.
Okay, so the question on Isaac's question on FDI and consumption and imports, right? So one of the big, at least my sense of what's been happening in Sri Lanka, when it comes to FDI, we're always told that these reforms will bring in FDI. And Sri Lanka historically did not bring in much in terms of FDI. And whatever, even what they classify as FDI on the order of $1 to $2 billion US dollars a year, 70 to 80% is just speculative real estate investment. So it's not, they're not creating employment. It's, you understand what I'm saying? So it's minimal, but even of that, the majority is just going into speculative investment, which would then, fly out when a crisis happens. The bigger problem, there's been a push on Sri Lanka all along for import liberalization, including agricultural imports. And that has really undermined the situation. So, with what I call the second wave of neoliberalism, if you visited Colombo, it changed like night and day. The number of hotels, the number of BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes. So that was a section of our society, and the financial sector, as it happens with neoliberalism, that was gaining. The crisis was coming, but in the meantime, somebody locally was also making, it was the creditors externally, but also locally, was also accumulating through this process, right? And neither of them then pay back during the, after the crisis. And I think that is where the focus needs to be. And what is very worrying so the only way Sri Lanka is now surviving is through some amount of import restrictions. And our foreign earnings, as I said, there's no IMF bailout as such. We are surviving on our own foreign earnings. So it begs the question, then why do we need the IMF and all these austerity measures? But what we had to do was restrict particularly our vehicle imports, right? But But then with the IMF program, there's a lot of pressure on Sri Lanka, including also from the European Union, to again remove all restrictions on imports, right? So touching imports is taboo with this regime. And that is what also pushes us back and back into the crisis. So even in 2021, there was a question, and I'll combine this with some, we saw the warning signs. So some of us were saying, okay, start restricting imports because you can see your foreign earnings, your foreign reserves steadily decline. But no, you can't touch imports, right? Not even luxury imports. At the height of the crisis, when we defaulted, they were still importing all kinds of luxury items. Is the state so incapable of doing that? But after that, 6 months later, after the crisis, then they had to do that. And you can see the figures that, so if we could have done that 2 years earlier, we wouldn't have had to default. But there's a lot of ideological pressure on our central bank, on our treasury, not to touch imports. And our central bank officials and our treasury officials, they're all trained by the World Bank and IMF. Right? They do stints there. So there is a nexus in terms of how our elite work with this multilateral institutions, right? And so we saw this crisis coming. Why didn't we act on it? I myself by 2016 was saying under the last IMF agreement before that this is going to end up in a disaster, but there were no takers. And that's, I think, has to do with something about our profession, right? How much economics has been put in one direction, and there's lack of even critical thinking, right? To be able to, until the crisis hits, and then again, the solution is also along the same lines. The leading think tanks in Sri Lanka would never talk about touching imports. Because if they do, they won't probably get their next World Bank research grant. That's the reality of how this is also working, right? So, and if you look at something like sovereignty, right? The regime that was in power for that won the war, that was there, they always talk about sovereignty, national sovereignty. These are the same guys who started selling sovereign bonds. I used to write about that, right? The nationalists who talk about sovereignty are the fellows who started selling our sovereignty, which has now become a sovereign debt crisis. So there are these paradoxes, but over the last decade and a half, what I found, and I think this is the challenge for us, right, as economists, that even the trade regime, it's kind of easy to explain to the public. But when it comes to finance, when it comes to capital markets, we have to find the language to be able to explain to the working people how this works, what has happened. And I think we are failing at that task, right? How to explain. And that's why they get away with it, right? The process of financialization. What language, how can we explain the way in which it works? I think that's a huge challenge. And taxes, there's a question on taxes. Yeah, Sri Lanka has been a disaster in terms of, 80% of our tax revenue comes from indirect taxes. Only 20% direct taxes. So the wealthy don't get. There's no progressive taxation. Even now, so what happened with the IMF program? They decided to increase the value-added tax. So on the one hand, working people's real incomes are lowering, and they are the ones who are being taxed again. So we really we started a discussion on the need for wealth taxes, because during an economic crisis when everything is contracting, it's very hard to squeeze more out of income taxes because incomes are falling. But wealth is accumulated over decades. It's a stock as opposed to a flow. So that we should be implementing wealth taxes. There was somewhat of a discussion. Everything else is very urgent for the IMF program. Wealth taxes, they say, well, we'll consider in 2025. Right? So again, the logic of what is urgent, what is a priority. So ultimately, for me, this whole debt crisis, debt restructuring is about redistribution. Is it going to be redistribution from the bottom up, which is what is happening now? Or is it going to be redistribution where the creditors take a large part of the blame? They've already made a killing on these sovereign bonds over the last 15 years. Right? As I mentioned, the interest earnings, if they had already paid back a sovereign bond, the interest itself was equivalent to the principal at 7.5% annual interest rate. You do the compounding over 10 years. Right? So can we, so how do we do the redistribution at that level and then redistribution at the national level through wealth taxes and so on? So what is the focus? What can we think in terms of a solution? I've been going back to, some of the actually inspired by some of the work here in previous decades, the Arusha Declaration, the Lagos Plan, where there was talk of self-reliance and self-sufficiency and the focus on the food system. This was 40, 50 years ago. And I think not that we can do it exactly the way they talked about it then, but we have to draw inspiration from that. And we have to think, import substitution, self-sufficiency have now become F words, right, in the mainstream. But we need to revive them and to revive visions, because Sri Lanka is clearly going through a food crisis. I often use, because I work with fisher folk, I'm an advisor to the fisher cooperatives in the north, and we're an island nation. We have, we export, during the 2010s, we're exporting about 200 to 250 million US dollars worth of seafood. Very high species, high value species of seafood. Blue swimming crab, shrimp varieties, tuna, 250 million US dollars. We were importing 200 million US dollars of seafood, sprats, dry fish, which is what, about 60 to 70% of our population depends on seafood for the animal protein. We were importing that instead of thinking in terms of self-sufficiency. What happens during an economic crisis? We can keep exporting, but now we don't have the foreign exchange to import. So then it has a malnutrition. So I think we need to think about the food system, about agriculture, about self-sufficiency.
Thank you. My name is Kamal. I've just become the chair of the session somehow. We've got a question online coming from someone named Laudia Blay, who's asking, the alternatives are always too expensive to lean on. The question is, how can we make the alternatives less expensive so we can fall back on it? Perhaps you could answer that. And I think we've only got about 10 more minutes left. Yeah, we've only got 10 more minutes left for your last submission. So I think after that we'll questions. Okay, so we've got 10 minutes left, including the answer. So just try to be as clear as possible. One sentence questions.
Okay. Thank you. I have one comment and one question. No. I just
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
No, go ahead.
What I want to say is that there is this coalition, tax justice coalition, that believes that defaulting countries shouldn't pay because it's the high interest that these lenders charge that contributes to the default. Like you put it, the advanced country like US, almost zero interest rate. and less developed countries growing 7, 8, 9. And what's your take on that? Then the question is, you said that you kept advising or saying that this crisis is coming long before it came. Why is it that the lenders, I know they also know, as you keep saying, they may also read or they may do their analysis as well, but they still lend to us when they see that we are getting to this level. Why? What's their motivation?
Okay, let's take one more one there, and then we'll take, and then this is the last one. Sorry, just we must have gender balance here also, guys.
Thank you. My name is Esther. Um, I would like to ask, what's the logic behind restructuring domestic debt? And in line with it aiding in the restructuring of foreign debt and its sustainability. I just need the clarity there.
Okay, last question, my brother over here.
Thank you. Please, we said that the IMF debt sustainability analysis suggests that what Sri Lanka is doing currently is not sustainable. And you also said there's increase in exchange rate from 6% to about 16.5%. And this is to boost export competition and be able to pay for the debt and stuff. But on the same note, the country is also uh, implementing contractionary policies where growth is not expanding. So in this case, if you are perceiving contraction, fiscal contraction, at the same time too, you are increasing your exchange rate so that you can boost export and stuff. While we also know that Sri Lanka is an import-driven economy. So how is it, what makes it realistic? And how is this policy being implemented by Sri Lanka with the IMF going to benefit the entire country going forward?
Okay, last question, and then you have 3 minutes to respond.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think my own is an observation I've made that most of the time, countries that relate with IMF, after the program, they gain that confidence and also the credibility, and they borrow recklessly. And based on that, can we say that the system that IMF creates or put in place creates a system of, let's say, a vicious cycle of debt countries? Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that's, and you might know more about Ghana's history, but that's why I said in 2009, we went to an IMF agreement, which allowed us to borrow. 2016, we went to our 16th agreement. And I think Ghana also had around the same time 2 IMF agreements, right? So how this commercial borrowing, and so what was the IMF's DSA doing at that time when we were saying, right? So that's so clearly they think that they can get away with this and then keep extracting. And even the debt restructuring process is part of that trajectory, right? With all the crocodile tears that they shed for us, it's part of that trajectory. And that's where the question that came up about, could like a coalition of debtor countries, because as an individual country, it's very difficult. Can there be a larger coalition in the global south and at least start building that discourse about, we have to collectively default, collectively negotiate, and also maybe collectively say, maybe we don't, this commercial borrowing route of development financing just doesn't work, because it also doesn't work when we say, we won't repay, but please lend us again in the next cycle, right? If you look at the end point of the 4-year IMF agreement, it's written there. At the end of 4 years, Sri Lanka will be able to again go and float $1.5 billion in sovereign bonds. We are being set on that path. So So we need to really think about how we are going to address this. The question about interest rates, and we can talk a little bit more later. It's a more detailed question. There is, I think, just like imports, inflation targeting, there is a logic to how it's working in terms of extraction, but it is also almost like dogma now, right? Inflation has to be kept at 5%. That's, even though it's actually very deflationary. If you look at agriculture prices in Sri Lanka, it's now negative inflation because you really had these deflationary prices. And you're absolutely right. If the rupee has been strengthening from 360 to now 300 because of such high interest rates. They're hoping then that capital will come in. So all this kind of, that it would give investors more confidence. But when that happens, you can't generate the revenues also. So it is almost, it's paradoxical. It's right in terms of the longer term path. And that's why I think this is only going to lead us to 3 more minutes, lead us further into this vicious cycle of crises. So this time, Sri Lanka, I mean, that's my main worry, right? In the previous times, we've gone through crises, we've had IMF agreements, but with this debt crisis and debt restructuring, this is going to be much more prolonged. We're already seeing the effects, but we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. And that recognition is not there. And unless Sri Lanka, and this can't be dealt just at a technical level, it has now become a political question about Sri Lanka's future. But that political question of Sri Lanka is very much linked to political questions in other parts of the world. Because all our regimes, all our leaders, this is not the 50s, 60s, 70s when we went through decolonization, when we imagined, as I mentioned, the Arusha Declaration or the Lagos Plan or the new international economic order, right? Which was, I think, Ndongo has a lot to say about that. When we had different visions of how we're going to move forward. And unless we very quickly stitch that back together and get our houses in order politically, they're going to divide and keep extracting. And the system is working very well for them. It was before in terms of trade, and now it's, I think, a lot through finance and debt. And so what way are we going to address it? And while we think about this international financial architecture, the point is also the alternatives in terms of production and development. And because either way, we are not getting that growth. So why not focus first on the basics like agriculture and food, because people are even being affected by that. What's the point of saying we are solvent now if malnutrition is so rampant and we are losing our children? Who are we solvent for? So I think getting those priorities right in terms of thinking of the alternatives is crucial. I've really enjoyed this. I'm looking forward to a lot more side chats over coffee and tea, and at the conference, I'm looking to learn a lot from all of your experiences. So thank you again for inviting me.
Okay, so we've got a 15-minute break now, and then we'll go into session 5. And session 5 will be with Dr. Ndongo, Samba, Sylla, and Crystal. Okay, you've also been promoted. We were promoted together today. And then there's a comment here.
Yes, we would like to have a group picture, and we want to be able to do that before we go up for the snack.
Front of the picture, like out in the room or outside. And okay, so we're just going outside this way together to take a photo together. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, that question. Oh, who's your leader now, please? In cutting grass. Cutting grass. Ndongo, who's presenting in afternoon? Who's presenting in afternoon? Oh, Jason. Excellent. Okay, Jason, is first or second? Oh, it's too hot. Mm.
Welcome everyone back. Currently, after I protected tea time in the last session, I keep my job as the chair. So I'll do my best again to keep tea time in this session. Lunch, true, lunch, even more important. As we start, we've got Dr. Ndongo Samba Sylla speaking about economic development through the mobilization of domestic resources and the parameters and limits of functional finance in Africa, which will be a good addition to some of the other discussions that we had yesterday around the international financial architecture. We're now going to look at the question that a lot of people were asking earlier today: what can we do? You know, what can we do on the continent? What can developing countries do themselves? And not just around the international financial architecture. Respond an additional a presentation will come from Crystal Simeoni, who will give a presentation straight after Ndongo. So without further ado, please give a round of applause to encourage Ndongo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm very pleased to have this joint presentation with my friend and comrade, Mr. Simeoni, on economic development through the mobilization of domestic resources. So as Kamal said, the objective of this topic, of this talk, is to try to reflect on what we could do on the policy making side, given the current constraints we have. So really that is the topic. The previous speakers have talked about, you know, the international constraints on African economic development. But here the perspective is, given these constraints, what we could do that could, you know, help create prosperity for our populations. But to do that, we have to have an understanding of our possibilities. And generally, we ignore our possibilities because we have a wrong understanding of what is money. And if we do not have a good understanding of what is money and our monetary possibilities, while we could not have a good sense of our economic possibilities, because economic possibilities to some extent are constrained by resource constraints, but also political constraints. But money in itself is not necessarily the most significant constraint. And to continue in that vein, we have to kind of debunk some myths. And we will start with some fiscal myths. For example, the idea that there are kind of scientific targets, fiscal targets that should be achieved by all nations. For example, we all know this 3% rule, saying that it's not good for states to have deficits beyond 3% of GDP. And from this deficit rule, we have the other rule saying that it's not good for governments to have, let's say, more than 60% debt GDP ratio or 70% debt GDP ratio. All of these are myths. And the 3% rule itself has been created by a French economist called Guy Abbé in the early 1980s. At that time, the French president, Mitterrand, the socialist president, wanted to enforce an austerity budget. His trick to justify budget cuts was to use the power of economic persuasion. And he asked Guy Abbé to create a rule that seemed scientific and that could justify budget cuts. And Guy Abbé, at one point with one of his collaborators, thought about having a 2% rule. But he said, if I put 2%, people will sense that this is a trick, this is a scam. So let's put 3%. And he put 3%. And in that paper, published in 2010, he explained that, and he said in that paper, this rule is a beautiful chimera. It has no other basis than circumstance. So there is no economic theory that could justify that states should have a budget less than 3% or debt to GDP ratio less than 60 or 70%. There is no economic theory that says that. And there is no empirical evidence for that. And we'll see why. Okay, I have to put it on, yeah. Because when you are in a monetary economy, for every debit, you have a credit. For every deficit, you have a surplus. So when the state is in deficit, that means that the non-state sector, the non-government sector is in surplus. And by non-government sector, we mean the private sector, that means the households and the businesses, and the external sector. And the external sector is generally measured by the current account balance. That means, the relationships, financial relationships between the rest of the world. So let's say that the government has a 4% deficit, 4% out of GDP deficit. That means that the government has created 4% of surplus for the non-government sector. That is arithmetical because we are in a monetary economy. So the government sector balance plus private sector balance plus external balance always sum to zero. So everywhere you have a deficit, you have a surplus. Everywhere you have a credit, you have debit. So this is how monetary economies function. So every time they talk about state deficit, you have to ask who benefits from state deficit. And state deficit means net financial spending by the state, net creation of financial wealth by the state. So public deficits are not something that are apart, and we'll see why. Because when the state commits to budget balance, that means that the state has, let's say, 100 cedis of revenues, and it only spends 100 cedis. That means that the state has created nothing for its private sector. The only way the private sector could accumulate net financial wealth will be through the external sector. And generally, the external sector is controlled by transnational corporations and so on. And we could see that in the example of colonialism. Because during colonialism, the metropoles, the colonial project was supposed to be self-financing. In other words, the subjectigated populations were supposed to finance the colonial project, including the cost of conquest through taxes and forced labor. The metropoles were supposed to provide only ad hoc budgetary support to the colonial administrations, and the latter was supposed to have budget balance, essentially financed by taxes. A view that were called Gladstonian finance. Gladstone was an MP in Britain in the 19th century. If we take the case of the Francophone colonies, the French colonies in Africa, between 1844 and 1957, the French government devoted an average of only 0.3% of its public expenditure to the French West Africa, the so-called AOF. The conquest, pacification, and the operational expenses of the colonial administrations represented more than 80% of these subsidies. Between 1907 and 1957, these subsidies represented an average of 2% of public revenues in IOF. That means that the colonial project was essentially financed by African people themselves through taxes and forced labor. Nothing came from the metropole. And this is, what we are seeing in neoliberal times, That means that the state do not create, net spending for, for the budget populations. So these had implications because if the government commits to have a balanced budget, meaning expenditures equal revenues, that means the government does not create net financial assets, net financial wealth for the non-government sector. The first implication is that the ability of the domestic private sector to accumulate financial wealth was made dependent on the generation of external surpluses. The second implication is that absence of public deficits on the financial level had as a counterpart the existence of many so-called deficits on the real level. That means underdevelopment of productive capacities, unemployment, underemployment, and famines. Because the state has to spend for public purpose. But when the state says that, well, I'm not going to spend because we have arbitrary fiscal targets, that means that there are things that the state could have done for public purpose, but the state is not doing. So this created, the underdevelopment we had in most of the African continent. And here we have a powerful quote by the Egyptian and French economist Sami Ramin. He said, taking the example of the Belgian Congo, in 1960, in the Belgian Congo, there were 9, not 10 black-skinned Congolese who had higher education, 6 religious and 3 civilians. After 30 years of one of the most odious regimes in Africa and the world, that of Mobutu Sese Seko, today they are not 9, but 3 million. So the worst regime has done thousands of times better than the beautiful colonization. When he says beautiful colonization, it's an irony to say that during colonial times, it was sound finance. It was just, budget balance, but extroverted economies where the net financial wealth was only be created by the external sector through exports, and the exports were controlled by, metropolitan capital. So when you adhere to the logic of sound finance, arbitrary fiscal targets, that's what you have in the development. But you have another perspective, and this is the perspective I would like to advocate, called functional finance. And functional finance means that public finance should be guided by real goals to be achieved rather than by arbitrary financial rules targets. That means, for example, the state has to spend to build schools, to make sure that everyone have access to healthcare, everyone has access to decent jobs, etc. Those are the real things. And we should not care too much about the fiscal targets. Because as we will see, the only limit when you have your own sovereign currency is not the financing, it's the real resources. Do you have the real resources? So functional finance, to some extent, starts from the point of view of monetary sovereignty, saying that if you have your own currency and if you have the resources, you don't have financing constraint. And we'll see why. And this has been a perspective articulated by Abba Lerner in his article published in 1948, Functional Finance and the Federal Debt. So I will try to show the link between public debt and monetary sovereignty, clarify development options, by starting from the point of view of monetary sovereignty, and particularly MMT, modern money theory. So when I talk about the point of view of monetary sovereignty, is the point of view of modern money theory. Unpacking the external constraint, because every time we say that we have external constraint, and this external constraint is a reason why we could not do this or that. And I think this is a fundamentally misspecified concept. And last but not least, we'll see the role of foreign direct investment. That means productive investment in contrast to financial investment in the genesis of the indebtedness of southern countries. Because the reason we are indebted is also linked to the fact that our foreign earning sources are controlled by foreign direct investment. So quickly, the currency we use, for example, the cedi, is a public monopoly. But mainstream economics do not have a good understanding of money. If they have a wrong understanding of money, they could only define the functions of money: unit of account, means of payment, store of value, what money does. But mainstream economics does not say what money is. Generally, they tend to conceive of money as a commodity, as something scarce. But money is not a commodity. Money is a debt. Yes, it's a debt. And specifically, money is debt denominated in the money unit of account. So we could call the currency the debt that is issued by the government to distinguish from other monies issued by other economic actors like the banks. They issue their own debts called deposits. And ourselves, we could issue debts. These are private debts. But the debt issued by the state is a monopoly of the states. This is the city we are using here. So this only the state could produce the cities. No other actor could that. The IMF, the World Bank, no other actor. Anybody could not issue the cities. The Central Bank of Ghana issued the cities, and it's a monopoly. So the Central Bank of Ghana is a currency issuer, while all of us, we are the currency users. And we'll see why this distinction is really important. Here you have banknote of £5. And you could, it's a five pounds, and you could see here, we have the queen here, but the queen is not of our interest today. But what is inscribed in this banknote, it is written that I promise to pay the bureau on demand the sum of £5. This means that this is a debt issued by the state. Before, during the time when, the gold standard, when you had this banknote, you could go to the Bank of England and to say, I want the gold in exchange for that. But now this is no longer the case. If you go to the Bank of England to say, oh, I have a state debt, I would like to have gold, they will tell you, we are going to give you another £5 banknotes because there are no gold, that's not something like that. So basically, money is a debt issued by the state, and the state could never lack its own debt, you see. That's a very important point. And the state issues the debt to provision itself, on resources. For example, the state would like to have people to work for him, civil servants, people who buy food, etc. So the only way the state could provision itself is through issuing its own debt. But the state will say, you have to pay me taxes, because if the state does not impose taxes, you will not take state debts, government debts. So the only way to impose state debts is through taxation. And so the state will say, I will spend for you so that you work for me, you come, you'll be a soldier in the army, but you will pay taxes. So you will sell your labor power, you will receive, let's say 100 cedis, and you will have to pay 10 of, taxes. So that means that the state has to spend first before you pay your taxes, because the currency is a monopoly. Only the state could issue that. So it's really important to have this concept of the currency as a monopoly of the state. Only the state could issue the currency, and the state, could, given, some parameters, could always, issue its own currency. So the government deficit, as I said, means the non-government sector surplus. In other words, a government deficit creates net financial wealth savings for the non-government sector. Now, the allocation of the non-government sector savings is something else. Under neoliberalism, when said do deficit is for the 1%. They will, do deficit to, for the armament lobby, etc. Not necessarily for the people. But the thing is, when the state are in deficit, it's net financial wealth for the non-government sector. And the government debt stock is an accounting record of the past deficits, you see. And what we have to say is that the problem of indebtedness of the Global South governments reflects above all their subordinate economic and monetary status. We have to emphasize on that, because governments that are monetarily sovereign are those that do not have to issue debt instrument in a foreign currency. A sovereign government is a government that does not issue a debt in a currency it does not control. The US, Japan, UK, they are sovereign governments because most of their debts are denominated in their domestic currencies. But when the Ghanaian government issue debt in US dollar or issue debt, in euro, the government of Ghana does not control, does not issue the US dollar, does not issue the euro, and does have no control over the interest rate on the bonds denominated in euro or in US dollar, you see. But when you have your own currency, given some parameters, the central bank could determine itself the rates that apply on the domestic bonds, you see. That is monetary sovereignty. So that means that monetary sovereign governments, they face no solvency risk. They could never default on their debts, never. If they default, it's a pure choice. For example, they could have, fiscal targets or laws that say that after this sailing, we will no longer allow spending. This could be a technical default, but it's not an intrinsic default in the sense that they will always have the money. Every time the parliament approves the bill, the amounts are credited for public spending. So there could be no default. But when you have debts denominated in foreign currency, well, you could default because you do not control that currency. So you have a solvency risk. So governments that are less monetary sovereign, like most of the African countries, they have a solvency risk because they could default on domestic debt, but also on foreign denominated debt. But they also have an inflation risk. The inflation risk is, common to all governments, but they have the two. For the monetary sovereign, they only have the inflation risk, while for the less monetary sovereign, like African countries, they have the inflation risk plus the solvency risk. And you could see that in this graph. This is the sovereign debt GDP ratio in OECD countries. So the debt GDP ratio is used for comparative purpose, but it's not a good indicator in the sense that it is comparing a stock, the debt stock, and a flow, GDP. It's like, for example, you are earning, let's say, 1,000 cedis by month, and you have a debt of 1,000 cedis. So if you have a debt ratio of 100%, but if you accumulate that over years and the debt has to be amortized over years, you see that's a different picture. You see. So it does not make any sense sometimes to compare a debt stock to a flow. But still, this is used for comparative purpose. And you could see here in 2021 that Japan has a debt GDP ratio of 260% of GDP, 260%. The US 150%. And none of these countries are in debt crisis. None of these countries. By contrast, you see here, all these countries defaulted, in 2021, Argentina, Ecuador, Sri Lanka, Zambia, Belize, and Lebanon. They all defaulted. And you see that the debt GDP ratios or debt GNI ratios are far lower than, for the global north. Japan will never default despite 260% debt GDP ratio. But Argentina with 300% of debt GDP ratio defaulted on debt because most of the Argentinian debt is denominated in foreign currency. That's the main difference. So that's why the best way to avoid debt distress for me is to have more monetary sovereignty in the sense that you avoid to have debt denominated in foreign currency. And that is to some extent possible. And now, based on this, we could clarify some implications using the sectoral balance approach. Remember, the sectoral balance approach says this: government sector balance plus private sector balance plus external balance equals 0. When you use that, you could have, an understanding of the development options we have in Africa. We have first to revisit the concept of fiscal space. As I said before, when you had your banknote of £5, you could have gold, but now you only have £5, not gold. So we are in a world of called fiat currency system. That means that the money issued, the currency issued by the states are only so-called backed by the powers of the state that issue it, that the power to tax their people, their citizens, and also their economic capabilities. But there is no gold, there is nothing backing formally these currencies. So we are in a fiat currency system. And in a fiat currency system, we have another concept of fiscal space. So the fiscal space of governments could no longer be defined in financial terms. If your currency is pegged to gold, yes, fiscal space could be defined in financial terms. If your currency is not pegged to any other currency, you could no longer talk about, fiscal space in financial terms. So that means that a government that issues a sovereign currency has no intrinsic financial constraint. And I will clarify that. And its ability to mobilize resources depends mostly on the real resources available locally or that could be developed. So that means that if the Ghanaian government would like to build schools for all the children, etc., there are no financing constraints for the Ghanaian government to issue cities to build that, as long as the resource capacity exists in the country. That means we have people that are qualified to build those schools. We have the land, we have the labor power, we have the equipment. If Ghana have all of that, we could not say that Ghana had any financial constraint to do that. So whatever you could do, you could afford. So that is the principle. When you have your own currency, everything that is feasible locally from a technical material point of view can be financed in the local currency. That is the principle. But everything you can do, you have to rely on foreign sources of finance. You see. So if your development model is based on other resources, well, you need to apply foreign direct investment, to have aid, etc., to also to issue debt. But as long as you base your development on things you could do or things you could develop locally, you will not need to issue debt in foreign currency. See. So we have also to reject the lack of money and lack of savings views, because this is something you could see on the, many policymakers saying in Africa, we don't have the money because we don't have enough taxes, etc. As I said, the government deficit does not reduce non-government sector savings. It increased them. It increased net financial assets for non-government sector. And the thing is, the developing countries are not constrained by a so-called lack of money, lack of savings. Because when the banks extend loans, they are not taking, for example, Crystal savings to, for example, to lend those savings to Kamal for Kamal to invest. Not at the savings of Crystal will be, saved as deposits, and Kamal, if he's credit worthy, will have access to new purchasing power. But this new purchasing power is called credit. So that means that investment is not finance spending. Anytime a bank extends a loan, it's new money being created. It's new money being created. So that is called credit. And so credit money is the key element that frees investment from savings and which makes capital accumulation possible from one rate. And you could see that that's the model that has been applied in the case of Southeast Asian countries. And here you have a document by the Bank of England saying that, well, things that are taught to students in economic departments about how banks function is totally wrong, because students are taught that banks are intermediaries between savers and those who apply for so-called loanable funds. And the Bank of England said, no, this is totally false. In fact, whenever the banks extend loans, they create new money and they don't need the existing savings for that, you see. So it's an article you could see online. It's called Money Creation in the Modern Economy. So that means that the idea that you don't have enough savings to finance investment is not scientifically true. Not scientifically true, because it ignores how money is created. It ignores the reality of credit, you see. So when you subscribe to this neoclassical view of lack of savings, lack of money, you have two options. If you believe in that, you have two options. Abstinence, that means that you reduce the consumption of the predominantly poor populations. You said, we don't have enough savings, so we have to cut off the consumption of the poor, because the rich, it's difficult to do that. But if you do that, that means that, well, you impoverish your countries and you don't have enlarged external market, domestic markets to some extent. So and you could also have, popular uprisings. So what the African governments will do is they will have recourse to international finance. That means that trying to attract development aid, foreign direct investment, and debt in foreign currency, you see. But from the perspective of monetary sovereignty, we should avoid austerity, while we should be very careful about international finance. Because international finance is part of the problem. And debt in foreign currency, to my own, point of view, which is very subjective and critical, which also could be criticized, is that we should only issue debt in foreign currency to invest that in projects that will generate foreign currency. Otherwise, you could have trouble. So when we look at the sectoral balance approach, we could derive clear development options because the objective of economic development to some extent is to increase the net financial wealth of households and corporations, domestic corporations. So if you say this sector should be in surplus, this is normal. So that means that if a government commits to balanced budget, it means, like in colonial times, that the developing countries will have to be run permanent external surpluses. But this is an unlikely option because most of the African countries, they export primarily commodities which have very volatile prices. And this is not a desirable scenario because when you have an export surplus, that means that you have dollar deposits in the US banking system, and the US banking system will, those dollars, you could have used them to import things that are good for your economic development. You are not doing that, you see. So when you have structural external deficits, like we could see in many countries, including Senegal, so when you commit to budget balance, that means that, well, you will depend on international finance. International finance will dictate your own economic development standards. But the bad news here is that any development strategy that is based primarily on international finance must operate as a Ponzi scheme. When we take Ponzi scheme, it's a fraud in the financial system. That means that you have to service the current debt and you will issue new debt to service the current debt. That is Ponzi scheme. It's a kind of fraud, you see. And any development strategy that is based primarily on attracting, foreign investment or international finance will be like a Ponzi scheme. And we have a very interesting quote from Jan Kregel, who will be here to deliver a keynote. In an article he wrote that dependence on foreign finance is a kind of Ponzi scheme. He wrote that Doma conditions, Doma is an economist, maybe most of you know him. The Doma conditions for a sustained long-term developmental strategy based on external financing on sustained positive net resource transfers are the precise equivalent of the conditions required for a successful Ponzi financing scheme. However, no such scheme in history has ever been successful. They are bound to fail eventually because of the increasing size of the net debt stock of the operator of the scheme. On the other hand, if the rate of interest on foreign lending is greater than the rate of increase in foreign lending, then the system is absolutely unstable. It cannot be sustained on even a short-term basis. That means we will have recurrent debt crisis. So international finance is not necessarily our friend, you see. So we have to do our best to rely on domestic finance. That means having your own monetary financial system, you see. So let's clarify a bit. The peripheral countries, like African countries, they do not have a financial constraint in their own currency, but a resource constraint, in addition to legal political constraint. That means whatever could be done locally could be financed using the monetary and financial system. Second, a balanced budget policy. That means that expenditure, extra revenues is not necessarily desirable. Countries with large external surpluses, like China, Saudi Arabia, they could afford that. But this is an economically costly strategy because you could have used your export surplus to import desirable goods, to enhance your welfare and your productive capacity. Export-led growth should not be universalized as a model, because if you want to be net exporters, other countries have to be net importers. So this is a matter of looking. And finally, a balanced budget policy for countries with structural external deficits, as we saw, makes their development dependent on the vagaries of international finance. That way, international finance, with its booms and busts, will determine your rate of economic growth, development, etc. Often we talk about the external constraint, and we have to unpack that because somehow it is, discouraging people and it is not empowering. And we have to unpack to see what is this external constraint. And I will go quickly here. When we talk about the external constraint, there are three dimensions that are conflated, generally speaking. The first dimension is the dependency on foreign real resources. When we talk about foreign real resources, let's say, for example, there are equipments, there are raw materials, there are expertise we don't have and we need them, so we have to import them. So all countries across the world are import dependent to some extent, even the United States, because all countries need to import desirable goods from the rest of the world. So this is not specific to developing countries, but the developing countries are more import dependent because they are not that technologically advanced, etc. You see. So this is the first problem. The second dimension is the international payment problem, and I will illustrate that. The international payment problem means that our countries need to have access to US dollar or to euro to buy our imports. This is not the case, for example, of the US. The US, they will always trade in US dollar abroad and domestically. This is the international payment problem. And you have another set of things I prefer to call domestic political economic considerations. There are things we are positing as external constraints, but these are not genuine external constraints. These are the results of policy choice, which led, to a kind of shortage of foreign currency. But these are not genuine external constraints. The constraint does not come from the world economy. The constraint rather comes from the domestic economy. When I say that, for example, when you negotiate tax agreements or investment agreements with companies and you allow them to take most of the, the income from exploiting your resources, this will weaken your foreign earning capacity. This is something you could do by having better tax agreements, but also better technical control over your export sector, for example. Sometimes you have artificial import dependence. Most of the African countries in the 1980s, they have some sense of some degree of food sovereignty. But with the imposition of structural adjustment programs, they became dependent. And when you become food dependent, that means that you become dollar dependent in the sense that you have to import foods bought in US dollars. While if you produce your own food, you don't need US dollar for that. So this is what I call artificial import dependence. And you have also some economies where you have the domination of non-priority foreign exchange demands. What I call non-priority foreign exchange demand, for example, luxury goods, the demands by local elites to convert the local financial assets in hard currency, and what I call Ponzi project. And I will explain what is Ponzi project. And there's also the tendency to wrongly frame as an external constraint the case of objectively resource poor countries. What I call resource poor countries are countries that are really, they don't have any strategic resource. They don't have a labor that is really qualified. And these countries, they struggle to import the goods they need because simply they could not generate a domestic surplus, you see. So in the case of these countries, you could not say that these are balance of payment constraints. These are resource constraints countries. These are not balance of payment constraints because simply they do not have the resources. For these countries, what would be needed is unilateral transfers, or these countries should join bigger countries so that they could be economically viable. So for me, in the case of resource poor countries, we cannot talk about balance of payment constraint. It's a real resource constraint. And now the international payment problem. The international payment problem means that we have, in the global south, we have to access hard currencies to buy our imports. For southern countries that are resource rich, the payment problem can be circumvented if they manage to obtain export earnings beyond the import needs. So we have countries that, are really have trade surpluses, let's say. So for these countries, it's fine. They have enough foreign currency for their imports, etc., for their spending abroad. But in the case of resource poor countries, well, it is problematic in the sense that international payment problem can become a transfer problem in the sense that the deficit of foreign exchange could lead to a depreciation of the exchange rate, which increases the domestic burden of the foreign debt, and this could also lead to imported inflation. So this is the transfer problem aspect of the internal payment problem. So the so-called resource poor countries, they face a double constraint. They are import dependent, and they generally do not generate enough foreign earnings to buy the critical import needs and other international payments. So the most binding constraint, as I said, is the domestic real resource constraint. We could not talk in their case about balance of payment constraint. They are resource constraint. And you could see that this international payment problem was really important, let's say, to the Second World War until, let's say, the advent of China as an industrial center. For me now, this international payment problem has become less and less relevant, you see, and we'll see why. Here, you have two graphs that comes from SWIFT, the payment system, and you could see that in Africa, most of our our commercial payments, that payments linked to real activities, like for example, trade. North Africa represented 10% of our commercial payments, external commercial payments for the whole continent. But your US dollar, you could see, represented 45% of our total payments abroad. What is the meaning of that? That means that we are not trading with the US and North America, but our trade within ourselves, African countries, and our trade with China is channeled through the US dollar system. So this is a policy choice to some extent, because countries in the global south remove that. And China has been granting swap lines to countries like Egypt, South Africa, to say that Africa and Asia, they will see their commercial ties grow. So why would they trade in US dollar? Let's trade in our currencies. And that's what China has been doing with Egypt and South Africa. You see. So that means that the international payment problem was really important in the let's say after 1945 to, let's say, to 2000, but now it's no longer that relevant because through the system of swap lines, etc., bilateral and multilateral payment system, you could remove that. So, and this will give, economic space for African countries. Because let's say you have a trade deficit with China in your own country. What would be the meaning? That would mean that you have more resources coming from China, industrial equipment, etc. So the deficit would not matter in the sense that it's deficit in your own currency, you see. So when you have a deficit, sometimes it's real good for you. That means that you paid China, but you paid less than China bought for you. So China had a trade deficit, the surplus, but you have a trade deficit. But a trade deficit in real terms means that you have more equipment from China, etc. And you don't need to issue debt in foreign currency to have access to those goods. But in the current system, that's what we have been doing. If we need some equipment, we have to borrow in foreign currency to access those goods. But if you have this kind of swap line system, you don't need that. So the international payment problem, something else. I have just 1 minute, so I will go to one last point, and it's really important. It's a primary income account of the balance of payments. This is an account that is generally ignored by most of the economics. I would say even the products, 99%, they would ignore this income account. And I think that it's one of the most important components of the balance of payment. In the balance of payment, you have the current account balance and you have three components. You have the balance of goods and services, and most of the people, they talk about that. You have the second component, is the primary income balance, and you have the second component, the third component, the secondary income balance. The secondary income balance is current transfers and migrant remittances. In the case of Senegal, for example, 10% of our GDP, the remittance transfers, migrant transfers represent 10% of our GDP, more than foreign direct investment and aid combined. So it could be very sizable. But primary income balance means returns on foreign capital, And you have two forms of returns. Returns for financial investor through payments, interest payments on external debt. And you have the profit and dividend remittances for foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment is productive investment, and normally it supposes that the foreign capital owns at least 10% of a company. But most of the economic analysis, we ignore profit and dividend remittances. We are just talking about interest rates that are high on our sovereign bonds, etc., but not the returns on foreign direct investment. And in the balance of payment, you could see that there's a difference. The primary income balance is the difference between GDP, gross domestic product, and gross national income. So in our cases, most African countries, our GDP is higher than our GNI. Our production is higher than our revenue. Why? Because we produce things, and part of the money that help to produce these things will be expatriated abroad through interest payment and through the repatriation of profits and dividends. But in the case of imperialist countries, it's the reverse, because these imperialist countries, they are not investors. So their income is higher than their production, because Japan will produce something, but we will have something like 4% of GDP coming from abroad. And you could see that in this in this graph. In the case of Japan, and for example, Germany, 3 to 4% of something equivalent to 4 to 3% of their GDP comes from abroad through interest payments and through also the profit and dividend repatriation. While for the global south, it's always negative, And this is your economic surplus. That means that these are, foreign earnings that you could have used for your own development, but this is being, used, and transferred abroad. And for me, this is the sources of the foreign debt problem of the African countries, because we have been PH through foreign debt investment, you see. And here we have another graph. This graph it's from World Bank data. It's 30 African countries representing more than 75% of African GDP. It's for the period 2000 to 2018. And you have three indicators. In blue, you have the primary income on FDI. It's the returns on FDI, profit and dividend repatriations. In orange, you have the public guaranteed debt service. That means service payments, debt service payments by governments, African governments. And you have total interest payment in gray. But what you could see is that since 2007, with the commodity boom and after the partial debt cancellations, etc., the primary income on FDI has been systematically higher than the debt service itself. You could see that. In 2018, Africa serviced 50 billion on debt service and 50 billion profit and dividend repatriation. So from a development perspective, you would say, well, if we have all this money in Africa and we invested in agriculture, in industry, would we need to issue debt in foreign currency? I would say no, we would need to do that. So for me, this is our problem. And you could see in two countries that defaulted on their debts. You have Ghana. Between 2000 and 2020, in Ghana, the primary income, that means profit and dividend repatriation, was systematically higher than the debt service. And in Ghana, the interest rates on the debt in foreign currency were relatively high. But despite that, you see that Ghana has been suffering more from primary income FDI repatriation and from the debt service payments. The same thing for Zambia, two countries that defaulted. And even the heterodox people, they will never talk about this. And this is, for me, the source of the problem. But this is the iceberg. I mean, the top of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. Okay? Because you have this income transfers, but you have also the pH. And the pH, I call it real resource. Because sometimes these companies, they will declare the volume, they will declare the prices, they will declare the quality, and how a government, they don't have no control over them. And generally, you have estimates about illicit financial flows. In the case of Zambia, you could see between 1970 and 1991, 10.6 billion US dollar, are estimated to be the amount of illicit financial flows. It's 354% of GDP. If Zambia had access to that, would Zambia issue that in foreign currency? Because it would have enough dollar deposits. It would just have to spend its own currency, and the central bank would convert in US dollar or in euro because it would have enough. It would be like Libya or like Saudi Arabia, for example. But we are not Libya, we are not Saudi Arabia, because we have no control over our export sector. So I disagree with people saying that because you are commodity dependent, you should be in that distress. If you are commodity dependent at this point, if you manage your natural resources well, you should be able, to develop to some extent by using your US dollar deposits, wisely to spur your agricultural and industrial, development. Between 2001 and 2010, 8.8 billion. Between 2013 and 2015, 12.5 billion. And you compare that, these are estimates, illicit financial flows. And you see that the Zambian public grant that was only 1.2 billion in 2010. And you compare that to what has been, stolen and what has been transferred. So for me, this is the source of the debt problem for most of the resource-rich countries. And we have to address that. So even if the debt was canceled and you maintain that, you will cancel the debt stack, but not the debt system. And the point is to cancel the debt system. And so quickly, I have been too long, but what could be done within this international structure, which has many, asymmetries, etc. Well, while waiting for a significant reform of the international financial system, which is needed, but which is not a sufficient policy move, African countries couldn't do 4 things to increase their economic and monetary sovereignty. That means the need to reduce the need to issue debts in foreign currency. As most of them are resource rich, if they manage to achieve more technical and fiscal control, when I say technical, that means that you control the whole process when you exploit your resources, your natural resources. And fiscal, that means that you are taxing, the foreign companies efficiently. They could increase their ability to finance their imports out of their foreign earnings with less need to issue debt in foreign currency. They could try to ease the international payment problem through economic diplomacy, swap lines, possibility to trade in domestic currency. You want to have access to some goods, foreign goods, but you don't have enough US dollar, you have to channel your trade to countries that could provide those goods, but in your domestic currency. In the global south, collectively with, countries like China, Brazil, etc., this should be possible. And if our countries rely for the economic development on real resources that are available domestically or that they can develop themselves, this will expand their policy space. That means whatever you could do locally, you could finance yourself. You don't need to issue debt for that. So let's start with things we could do ourselves. And when we have a kind of a level of economic development, maybe for more sophisticated technologies and so on. And we have to be cautious and selective what I call policy project. I did not elaborate on that. But what I call policy project is that, for example, you take the debt denominated in foreign currency to invest in projects that will not generate foreign currency, that will generate, let's say, local currency. In the case of those projects, well, they could be highly profitable. But the thing is, for example, the city you will receive will not help you to pay your debt. So that means you will be dependent on your traditional sources of foreign income. And if you have a negative shock on your traditional sources of foreign income, you can be in debt distress. And that's what many countries, Ethiopia, Kenya, etc., they took Eurobonds, but they invested in projects that could be interesting, etc. But these projects, they could not generate US dollar. So you have to rely on your traditional source of income, and this could be a problem. So these are things that are under our control we could do, despite the asymmetries of the international financial system. All these things we could do. But why are we not doing these things? Because we have a wrong understanding of money. So we have to start by that. Thank you very much.
We're going to have a response from Crystal first. And then we'll open it up for questions afterwards. It's not a response, it's an addition. Sorry.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Oh, we were asleep. But also when Ndongo speaks, that always happens to me. I'm like left with so many questions. My name is Crystal. I work for the Nawi Collective and we work on feminist economics. And I'll start with apologizing for people who know me because they've heard me speak a lot about this. And I'll lean to Wangari Maathai for the people who know her, Kenyan Nobel laureate. And she says, anyone can dig a hole and plant a tree. But to make sure it survives, you have to nurture it, you have to water it, you have to keep at it until it becomes rooted so that it can take care of itself. And so this is me continuously taking care of it so it can take care of itself. And I'm repeating myself because we have to keep repeating. But I'm also a student of history. And despite what we are taught, economics is not apolitical, economics is not ahistorical, and it's definitely gendered. And then I'll start with a quote from Winnie Byanyima, Oxfam, former Oxfam. She's now with UNAIDS. And she says, it is women crushed at the bottom of a global economic heap whose poverty powers a supposed success of globalization. And that's sort of the premise on which I want to start. It's how I'm rooting what I think about, what I work about around. It's really the soil that grows the questions that I ask in this space. And so borrowing is one way for governments to increase their resources. And we've heard about how that happens. And so potentially make more resources available for gender equality and women's rights. And Dina Musindarwezo has written about this extensively, and I invite you to look up her works. Who we reference, what we reference is political. And so I'm encouraging you also by naming these women and invoking them into this room to reference them, to speak about them, to engage with the questions that they're asking. But in Africa, we know that doesn't work that way, and in fact has been a cause of violence on the lives of African women in its stead. And Busi Sibeko, another name to mark, to read, pushes the idea that a feminist reading of Africa's indebtedness requires that we take into account how debt has led to policy externalization and really characterized by neoliberal policies which have undermined and continue to undermine the role of the state in provisioning the basic goods and services needed to reproduce our societies. Yes. Should I slow down? Do I slow down? Yes, slow down and speak into the microphone. All right. Can you hear me now? Okay, even I can hear myself. And so a question came up yesterday questioning the role of the state. And how do we reclaim the role of a state, and especially working at local levels, working in the space of Pan-African work, regionally, globally, we're constantly defending the role of the African state, pushing back on this idea the African state is incapable of providing for itself. And then you work with people working at local levels, and they sort of look at us with surprise and say, but our states are the biggest perpetrators of violence on our lives, and women know this story all too well. And so how do we hold these two questions together? And speaking to Lynn Osome, somebody else to place hold at the University of Makerere, I'm giving you names to reference, right? And she speaks about the decolonizing of the state. And so the work that we have ahead of us is not just to reclaim and put back the state in its central positionality of the work that we do, but at the same time pushing for a decolonizing of the state. Our states in the current manifestation are really a colonial manifestation of states. They're extractive, they're violent, they hold on to power in the ways that we know. And then linked to that is the current debt architecture is really rooted, and this is something that we have to underpin these conversations, is rooted in a global economic extractive order that is racist, that is sexist, and that is colonial in nature. And this is something to remember. The presentation in the morning put that out. I think Jason will speak a little bit more to how that comes alive in the world that we live in. It's not designed to build, but instead is designed to extract and to continue to feed a system that has always needed a subsidy. And that subsidy has always come from the global south, from African countries, from our resources, from our labor, and especially African women's labor and bodies continue to carry this burden. And also, so I'll pan a little bit historically to the transatlantic slave trade, and this country knows that conversation very well. 222 million hours of unpaid labor in North America from 1619 to 1865. And paid at the US minimum wage, it would be worth $97 trillion today. So that's a direct investment in labor. Imagine if you're running industries that you didn't have to pay labor for. This figure doesn't also take into account women's labor, the work of birthing new slaves, the work of taking care of them, the work of feeding them, of healing them, of treating them, all of that. And then we move into a colonial period between 1800 to 1950. And in this period, Asia and Africa grew real per capita incomes of between 0.4% to 0.6% per year, while Europe grew at 1.3% and the US at 1.6% per year. So a correlation there is interesting to begin to analyze and to question. And to begin to analyze and question on whose backs is a global north development trajectory industrialization on. And the difference was the major driver of a global divergence. And from this, and we've heard about this from the morning's presentation, progressive governments were rolling out a developmentalist reform, which included the land reform here on the continent, improving workers' wages, investing in public services like healthcare and education, nationalizing key resources like oil, protecting domestic industries with trade tariffs and subsidies, clamping down on illicit financial flows, addressing the real causes of underdevelopment. And it was really working. And we feel it. Speak to my parents and these stories of how in Kenya, the traffic lights would tell you how fast you had to be going to hit all the traffic lights green. It feels like fiction, but we've been there before. And so a story of Africa and our trajectory and our developmental path, what we're fighting for isn't utopic. We've done it before and we have to reclaim those histories and those stories for ourselves. So between the 1950s and 70s, per capita income grew at 3.2% per year because of what this developmentalist track was doing, right? And then hit structural adjustment programs of the 80s and 90s. And with that came privatization, cuts to social spending, trade liberalization, cuts in tariffs, subsidies, capital controls, and cuts in protections on labor and the environment. And we know that story. I don't know, I was born in the 80s. I don't really know what it was like to go to a government hospital, to go to a functioning government school. And that's when it began to crumble. And so in the between 1960 and 1980, in the post-independence period, our growth on the continent was 3.2%. But between 1981 and 2000, during the structural adjustment programs, our growth was 0.7%. So it begins to tell you a narrative, a story. And this was driven by neoliberalism, privatization, austerity, market liberalization, of which the World Bank told us we needed to do to restructure our economies to be able to pay back. And so this obviously led to restraints in our fiscus that has continued to lead to our need for debt to finance many government functions, as well as externalizing and privatizing our social contracts. We see this clearly through the clear thread that is carried from our country's external debt right through to household level debt. And a lot of the time, a majority of the time, this is carried by women. This linking of external debt and household debt is one that is ignored, and in its place with big words and jargon of seemingly complex reasoning, that's what gets fronted. But African feminists continue to ask who should be in these conversations on debt, like in these rooms. Sorry. Yeah, African feminists continue to ask who should be in these conversations and what vocabulary is used. It is resistance to bring to light this link and breathe light to the violence that systems places on Africa as citizens and especially women. Conversations and words around corruption, for example. Who defines what corruption is? When you look at the anti-corruption index by Transparency International, most of Africa, if not most of the global south, is painted red. But if you turn that and overlay that with the financial secrecy index, where our money, a largest part of illicit financial flows, the theft from our countries through both licit and illicit modes of extraction lies in the global north. And so questions around who are we calling thieves, who are we calling corrupt, and who defines that framework. And so the debt architecture from the credit rating agencies to the World Bank, the IMF, have ensured that African states are in this perpetual cycle of debt. And someone asked me the other day, with regards to Ghana, we know the problem, and this question has come up here. We continuously go to the IMF and the World Bank. It's like going to the doctor with the same exact symptoms, being given the same exact diagnosis and remedies. Nothing happens, rinse and repeat constantly and continuously. And coupled with what Tandika Mukindawere calls the Africa failure complex, there's a narrative that the African state is incapable of providing for citizens. Not are we trapped, we're trapped in this debt cycle, but we also need technical assistance. And we've seen that here in Ghana, with the US announcing technical assistance for economic issues in Ghana last year. It's like we're in this recurring nightmare with the same people doing the same thing over and over again. And we know to tackle debt, it requires, as Busi puts it, a recognition of how, in the absence of state provisioning, the debt burdens have been transformed and transferred to households, with women disproportionately bearing the costs. Austerity measures from debt, usually the first things that are on the chopping block, are those things that women need in terms of service provisioning. We also know the financialization of life is a new frontier of debt. With the rise of the World Bank's cascade approach, and I can invite you to read up on it, it introduces foreign private finance to roll out what should be public service and accrues as an added debt. But who sets the priorities for what gets invested in? Again, is based on neoliberal priorities rather than people-centered priorities. And so if a maternal unit is not deemed profitable, it gets no investment, and instead the system will prioritize things like mega infrastructure. We see it here on the continent. I see it in Nairobi with lots of PPPs, public-private partnerships. One example is the expressway in Nairobi that only 1% of our population can afford to use because of the toll fees. It costs about almost $10 to do a return trip. And so the debt question is inextricably linked to a question Radhika Balakrishnan, another feminist economist, asks, what is the economy for? For the first time, at least in my conscious memory, my own country, Kenya, last year, didn't pay government staff because they prioritized debt servicing payments instead to external creditors. And so questions, for who is this economy built for? And this week actually, Kenya ranked 114 out of 143 in the happiness level index. We dropped for 111 last year. Meanwhile, our government is constantly reminding us how they're saving us from economic downfall, backed by the World Bank that says our GDP is set to grow from up to 5.2%, up from 5% last year. And I'll quote, the bank also says that this is due to increased investment driven by improved business confidence. However, the bank also notes that Kenya faces risks such as heavy debt load and weakening currency, and these continue to constrain the government's ability to address development challenges. These development challenges are our lives, their ability to go to hospital, to access education, to move safely on our public roads, and to move in safety and live lives of dignity. I will leave that with you to think about how the face of living through austerity feels like against what the World Bank is saying about our economic growth. Questioning what the economy and this debt is for, away from the jargon, the seemingly complexity, I think, is resistance in itself. Strip it away from all of that, and we'll see that it's back to a racist, patriarchal, extractive system that is unfair and unjust and hidden behind technical jargon. But part of this resistance is continuously going back to history to continuously show how white capitalist domination and violence continues era after era, and not forget that this happens. And so resistance also looks like dreaming what a world without the IMF and the World Bank, and especially its current formulation, could be. What does it look like for us? Dreaming of a world beyond our current reality. What does it look like to reclaim cocoa value chains? And we had this conversation yesterday. What does it look like to do that for Ghana? And what does it look like to theorize what that looks like? And who are we? What knowledge are we producing? How do we produce it? And are we audacious enough to do it on our own terms, based on our history, our context, and our realities? And I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Crystal, for reminding us that decolonization is resistance and resistance looks like dreaming. And that to decolonize our states, we also need to recognize how women's unpaid and paid labor is the backbone of this system. And thank you, Ndongo, for bringing us forward some policy proposals around swap lines, control of the export sector, and expanding the real resources in the economy. We will open up for a few questions now. We'll just take one round so that we don't miss lunch. Unless the room wants to go into lunchtime, and then that's fine, we can go into lunchtime. But we can open it to the floor. We'll allow it. Okay, so we'll go slightly into lunchtime. We've got the popular mandates here. We'll take the 1, 2, 3 in the first row, and then we'll do a second round afterwards.
Mine is a request to Crystal to list the authors you mentioned, to spell it and put it on the board, because if people haven't encountered them before, it went right over there.
My question is with regards to the international payments problem, right? And I'm looking at it in the context that right now we are having conversation around rolling out CBDCs, and I feel there's a thin line there where we can really see how we design and code this infrastructure into creating swap lines and all that stuff. So how would CBDCs help us achieve this goal so that we don't really have this international payments problem?
Okay, thank you very much. Your presentation makes a strong recommendation for having more debt in local currency, if I'm right. And I believe ECOWAS is trying to come up with common currency for the West African countries. I don't know whether that is part of the solution to the problem of debt sustainability in Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentations. Just to comment on your last recommendations, I think focusing on technical capacity building is necessary, but I want to know your take on diversification instead of focusing on the commodity dependence. Yeah. And also, just to reiterate a question I was asked yesterday, what's your take on the role of the AFTA in terms of debt crisis? The role of AFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement here, in terms of a domestic resource mobilization.
Thank you, Professor Ndongo. I sincerely want you to delve into this as much as I heard it before that you can use IOUs, like where did you put it, to finance our project. So, for instance, let's take the situation of Ghana that wants to, and it has been in the drawing table, to construct railway from Accra to Paga. And what you have put it, I want to believe that through IOUs or credit, we can finance this. And I'm wondering, because most of the material that will be used to construct this has to be imported. So in the nutshell, we will still need foreign currency here to be able to do this importation after you have issued the IOU. So how do we go about it? Because it's too simplistic. And I'm sure if it is that simplistic, our leaders would have done something about it. I really want to be convinced. I heard this over and over again, and I don't really get convinced about it.
Yeah, thank you. I want to comment on the issue of savings. In your presentation, you did mention that savings is not a critical factor to say savings. When you were presenting, you mentioned that lack of money and lack of savings should not be an excuse. Yes, I want to talk about savings aspect. If you say savings is not a critical factor in determining how government functions, we know a bank to be able to increase its net worth when it starts with a capital, let me say 2 billion. It is based on the savings of these households that they used to give it to those becomes loanable funds to those economic factors that want to go into production and don't have. So if they don't have that savings, how would they be able to do that, to be able to create that net income that you are talking about, if savings is not really critical in determining how government or bank works? I really want to be convinced in this regard. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take two more. Is that fine? And then we'll give you the chance to respond.
Thank you very much. I'm Kingsley. I'm on scene. My question is, how do we as Africans move away from the lazy way of approach public finance? Public financial, yes, in terms of, I'm talking about in the area of resource mobilization, taxation. How do we leverage on the other options that we have, add value to our raw materials, monetize some of them, and then add value and re-export to African countries and even countries that we think can give us the value for money, so we can help without resorting to debts or borrowing. This is what I want to ask. Thank you.
About economic diversification, yeah, I do agree. We are just exporting commodities, and we know that the value is at the end, not at the beginning. So we have to, yeah, try to diversify our economies. But the thing is, when you want to industrialize to diversify economy, you have to, import more, because importing is not a bad thing, because there are critical raw materials, equipments, etc., technologies you need. So you have to import them. So the thing is how you finance your structural transformation in a way that will not, put you into a debt trap. That's the issue. But yeah, Africa needs economic diversification. About the ECOWAS project, I have been critical of the ECOWAS project because it's a kind of a replica for the Eurozone, which is for me dysfunctional, because the currency is the creature of the state. So either you have national currency or you have a federal currency. That means the day we became a federal, Republic of West Africa, a common currency, single currency would make sense. But having a replica of the euro in Africa, for me, that's not the way to go. But the thing is, what we are aiming at with common currency, we could achieve that through other instruments. For example, we could have a way of putting together our foreign exchange reserves. We could have swap lines or payment system that will circumvent the need to, to trade in US dollars. We could have that because monetary union are very constraining, very, very constraining. Because if you are in a monetary union, which is not federal, that means you have no sovereignty. For example, when Greece started to have its economic difficulties, it had a debt ratio of 90%, something like that. And Japan had already 200 because the European Central Bank is not a central bank of Greece. And at that time, the central bank did not intervene in solidarity terms with Greece to make sure that the interest rates on Greece bonds, sovereign bonds, are the same for example, the sovereign bonds of Germany, etc. And this was all in the design of the Eurozone. And the West African, the ECOWAS, they want to make the same mistakes, as the Eurozone. That's why, for me, I'm not too, favorable to this kind of a design. Either we have national currency or federal currency. But in between, we could have a system of solidarities between domestic currencies through swap lines, a common pool for our foreign exchange, etc., having an African monetary fund, all these kind of things. But if you do not have your own currency, you could not have a coherent policy, economic policy. For me, it's a must. And this economist, British economist, Win Godley, wrote this powerful paper, Maastricht and all that, in 1992, because he said Britain should not join the Eurozone. And he said, what defines national independence is having your own currency issued by your own central bank. And the government could always rely on your central bank. He says any government that lacks this power, having your own central bank, on the financial terms, this government is either a colony or a local collectivity, because the colonies and the local collectivity, they depend on taxes for the spending. Because when you have the monopoly of the issuance of your currency, you do not need taxes to spend. You have just to ask your central bank to create the currency. That's how it works. Because taxes for a sovereign does not have a financing function, but other functions, but not a financing function. And this allows me to talk about the taxes, because someone talked about taxes. We have to think differently, because when you are in a sovereign currency, to some extent, like in Ghana, the taxes, they destroyed, the means of payments. They destroy the means of payments, and state spending creates means of payment. That's how it works, because there's only one way for the state to spend. It's through creating what is called a high-powered money. That means central bank reserves. So when the state spends, it creates reserves for the banking system. And when the taxes come, part of the spending will be destroyed. I mean, lesser reserves. That's how it works. So the taxation is really important, because we need taxes, for people to accept the currency. We need taxes to fight, against economic inequalities, etc. We need taxes to provide some incentives. For example, we are against people smoking, these kind of things. We want to promote this or that sector. But taxes, fundamentally, they don't have a financing function, you see. So when we talk about domestic resource mobilization, mobilizing all the resources, giving everyone jobs, for example, and this is possible. And someone talked about for example, the railway. In fact, the question should never be financial, because the finance is always the less interesting part. It should always be the first question: how do you resource it? The question is, you want a railway from Accra, I don't know, to any other place. The question is, what are the resources you will need in terms of labor, in terms of land, in terms of technologies? Do you have the labor, the land, technology? It's fine. This will be financed domestically speaking, because the state could say to the central bank, you provide the credit, or you facilitate that for the banking system. All the developmental states, that's what they did. But if you don't have the resources, you have to say, well, we are selling gold, we are selling cocoa, we have some export income, US dollar deposit. What are we going to do with that? If the choice is to say we are going to buy private jets for our billionaire, well, maybe you have to go into debt to finance your project. So that is the development planning, you see. So the question should always be, how do you resource it? But not the money aspect. But the money aspect is a derived one, because everything you could do, you could afford yourself. But things you could not do, you have to find a way. And the railway will not deliver, US dollar, it will deliver cities. So if you borrow to finance that, well, you have to make sure that it's the long run, loan, so that you could amortize that in a way that would not be too heavy for, public spending. That's the way we should think in terms of resource mobilization, not in terms of money, because money is never the constraint if you plan your things well. And about the AFCFTA, well, there is this Pan-African payment and settlement system. And these are the kind of things that could help African countries trade between themselves without using the US dollar, etc. And I think this is a good thing about the AFCFTA. And if there is a possibility to coordinate industrial policies at regional or continental level, that is also good, because we need to have collective food sovereignty, energy sovereignty policies, and we need to leverage that at continental or regional level. And for CBDCs also, it's a kind of just having international payment system that allows us to trade in our currencies. That means you want to have access to foreign goods. Why would you issue debt to do that? If other countries accept that, it's fine.
I think most of the questions are for you, but on the AFCFTA, we've been doing quite a bit of analysis on it from a feminist Pan-African perspective, and we have a few questions around it. I'll take you through some of them. The first, if women are indeed being targeted for training and employment in key sectors set for expansion, what provisions are being put in place to ensure that their labor will not be exploited and that the work being created is decent and dignified? The second question is, how will essential services that women need be funded when revenues drop as tariffs are removed? And how can this potentially lead increased privatization that commodifies public goods and essential services, harmfully impacting women even further? The third is, how will regional integration and the development of regional value chains impact food local systems, and how will the AFCFTA be any different from any other free trade initiative that prioritized high value male dominated crops and agricultural commodities and ultimately crowding out women and pushing them off their land? Fourth, in countries where social safety nets are not the norm, what economic packages are being designed to ensure that the continent's women are not further impoverished through loss of livelihoods that result? And lastly, how will the AFCFTA acknowledge, include, and incentivize informal cross-border traders where women tend to be the majority? And this is of particular importance given the enclave nature of most African economies, where the formal economic sector is a small portion that exists alongside very largely informal sectors. So as much as the AFCFTA is being touted as the big Pan-African dream, the devil is always in the details. And what happens to a majority of smallholder farmers? 60% of our food on this continent is grown by women, smallholder farmers. What happens to cross-border traders? What happens to social security nets that buffer women from, economic violence that happens? So we have questions, we have a podcast, and I'll list it. I think there's a question about listing thinkers and academics that come from a feminist economics background, and that will be shared. I can also share the readings and the research that we've been doing that goes along with a number of podcasts that is sometimes easier to listen to.
Thank you very much. We're 15 minutes behind schedule, so I think we'll just close there. And if you have any outstanding questions, please approach the speakers during the lunch hour. So could we just get a huge round of applause for those two excellent presentations? So thank you so much. After lunch is 15 minutes, and I'm sorry, 45 minutes. That'll end at 2:15. And then we'll have a presentation from Jason Braganza. Thank you.
You're going to take back the report. Yeah, we will leave this room and the workshop under your tent.
Right.
That you will understand your scholars here.
Not under my hand.
Okay. Okay. I have to clear this for yeah.
Ndongo, are you leaving right now?
I would like to leave right now. But maybe, I don't know if you have a time to take lunch. I'm not sure. Okay. So, yeah, you told me yesterday.
Oh, I think it'll be like an hour.
Somewhere, like here.
So, sorry, I guess
to try the coordination for
Ndongo, wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Very insightful.
Have you converted?
Converted. Yeah.
Because if you just say that we could have it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, you're how deficit because it's
very proud.
But the thing that I hear it sometimes right?
No, I've seen it. Like, if you can do it,
You can afford it. So it's a great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have one technical mistake. I mean, right, here in Ghana, the central bank is looking on the payments made by the government agencies. So you have to take but I like so it is great that it is connected. So I think we want to get later. We will mobilizing for the organize ourselves and do the function to take and then yeah. It will take longer, but at least it's good. Which is the kind of focus on the page and takes it away from the thing. So 60% page and the random really very difficult to do that. No, that's no. After that, oh, very nice. No, that's all. Just to be complicated.
Okay, that's about that is it. Okay, okay. So yeah, it's this, yeah. I think we should start now. We are already 5 minutes late. So before we start, a short announcement. A list was circulated in the morning for those who will be attending the conference. We can't find that paper in which the names were written. So
circulating in the university.
yes, yes. So maybe it is still circulating somewhere. If you have it. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, so this session, we are grateful to have Jason Braganza, who is the executive director for AFRODAD. He's a Kenyan economist with over 10 years experience working on international development and tax, illicit financial flows, and domestic resource mobilization, as well as poverty and inequality. You would, Jason, have about 45 minutes and then questions. can follow.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Abot, and thank you very much to the Department of Economics at the University of Ghana and for ideas for inviting the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development to be part of this Young Scholars Symposium on the International Financial Architecture. I think, first of all, I've been given a very difficult task. Not only is this thing slightly my height, which means I might have to stand somewhere here, so you can see me properly. But usually the sessions after lunch are pretty difficult to motivate everyone to speak. And then thirdly, I've been given the unenviable task of following Crystal and Ndongo's very amazing presentation before lunch this afternoon. But nonetheless, I will try my best to keep the standard weight that has been set since yesterday with the conversation that we're about to have on debt and development finance options for Africa. I had a very different, ambitious title after the Africa, it said, for the 23rd century. And then I realized if I asked the question, which century we're in, I might also get the answer wrong. So I decided to remove that at the very last minute just to spare my own blushes. Nonetheless, it's an important topic because hitherto the conversation around public debt, its utility, its management, its contraction is often seen in isolation as a single instrument of finance, rather than it being seen as a complement or something that goes together with other financial instruments that can be used to achieve development objectives. And similarly, then when we talk about the debt crisis and how to resolve different types of debt crises, we again only single out debt as the instrument that needs to be resolved, rather than more structural and systemic issues within our economic governance system, both domestically, continentally, and globally. So I hope over the next 45 or so minutes, we will have the chance to discuss some of these things and take it from there. So just a brief outline of my presentation. I'm going to focus on 4 aspects of debt and development finance options for the continent. First of all, trick or treat. Those of you who are familiar, because we're also westernized, with the Halloween adage, try and figure out whether the debt on the continent and the impending crisis is a trick or a treat for us as a continent, for us as a people. And then we'll look at expanding a little bit what has been discussed over the past 2 days on development finance more broadly. What are the kind of options we should be talking about? And then, yes, I did leave it in as part of the further discussions. You know, how do we look at the continent in the 23rd century? Because pretty much the next century and a half or so is, you know, likely to be lost because of different things that are happening that are external to us. And then Africa, rule maker, not a rule taker, something that AFRODAD has been working on to motivate this idea that we need to be at the table setting the rules, not at the table receiving the rules of how things are done. And we'll try and explore what that actually means in a little bit more detail. So I'm just going to start here. And because it's this first session after lunch, I want to challenge all of us here. So Africa's debt trick or treat. There are 7 bullet points here. I'm going to not read them all out, but I want anyone in the crowd, audience, just to tell me whether they think it's a treat, which bullet point they think is a treat, or which bullet point they think is a trick. So, although the share of Africa's debt in light of total global debt of developing countries is high, its burden is very high. Is that a trick or a treat? Both? Why do you say both? Whoever said both? Yes.
All right, thank you. So I think at the initial point when we need the fund to really do certain things, it's a treat for us. But the trick is that the conditions and the motives behind the, what we call it, the funders, that is what most, people or government who go for those credit facilities try to ignore. I need to not look at that. So the initial point is a trick because your needs will be solved. And behind that, there's a trick for that. So you're being lured, you think it's a trick.
Okay, that's a reasonable response, yes. Africa's debt problem started in the 1970s. Trick or treat? Trick? How many people say trick? Okay, why? Let me have a lady just to make sure we have. Yes. A trick that so the trick means that either we are being fed a false narrative or being misled, or a treat that some people may believe that debt actually works, can work for Africa's transformation. Yeah.
I think it's a trick.
A trick, okay.
Actually, our debt problem started way before this 1970s because colonization and everything had been laid, the foundation had been laid for us to be in debt. Look at our production, the inflow of our raw material and outflow of our raw material and the inflow of the revenue that came. So at the point of independence, we had been prepared to be in debt. And then it has continued. So for me, it started way before the 70s because the foundation had been laid for us to own. And we continue since that. So it's a trick.
It's a trick. Okay, absolutely. Africa's debt problems stem from irresponsible borrowing. I know there was a very heated conversation yesterday afternoon about where the governance problems lie on our continent, but what do we think that is, a trick or a treat? Oh, we are sensitive to this one, huh? Okay, maybe we'll put an asterisk on it and maybe through the conversation we can come back to it. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, there's, yeah, go on. Okay.
I think it's a trick because yesterday we were looking at the history of where Africa's debt started and the trajectory and the narrative that has been sold to us, and also the ways in which we can come out of this debt. So I do think that that's a trick.
A trick. Okay. Borrowing out of crisis is the only option for African economies.
A complete trick.
It's a trick, okay. Fiscal consolidation and austerity are the growing pains needed for economic transformation. Trick, okay. Debt cancellation will not work because it hasn't in the past. Really? Did it work? Did it work? Did debt cancellation? HIPC? Is Ghana a recipient of HIPC? Okay. Did it work? Huh? The terms can be changed. Okay. And then debt in itself is not a bad thing. It all depends on how it is managed and utilized. Treat. Okay. Can I ask then, what is the difference between that last bullet point and Africa's debt problems stem from irresponsible borrowing? Okay, we'll come here, then we'll come to Crystal.
For me, I think the last bullet point is saying that debt in itself is not a bad thing. It all depends on how it is managed and utilized. I think that this statement is very true in the sense that in Africa, we are so excited about the money. So we don't take time. Sometimes we don't read the clauses or the terms and conditions of these loans or that we go for. So getting the loans, if we can get the loans, knowing how to utilize them or how the structures to put in place in order to be able to service these loans, then it will be beneficial for us. But since we are so excited about this money and knowing that anytime we need, we can have it, and we ignore some of the important clauses and conditions in this in the contract. So we end up mismanaging it and we keep going and going. Like somebody said this morning, that it's like
It's like they are like doctors, and we are like the patients. We keep going there with the same illness, the same paracetamol is given to us, it's solving our problem, but we are so excited going there.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, let's come here.
I think that from yesterday when someone talked about the international financial architecture, it's already unequal. So there are ways in which we are borrowing. Right now, we don't have a lot of power or any power when it comes to the terms that we're all talking about. And so perhaps debt in itself is not a bad thing, dependent on what kind of power we are holding within the negotiations. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we can safely say the room is more or less on the same page that, generally speaking, these statements are tricks. I think we can comfortably say that, where one or two might be treats. And why do we say this? Well, I want to begin with, and we must understand the international financial architecture, its origins, who was it established to serve? But more importantly, a lot of the literature out there starts with describing Africa's debt problems as being from the 1970s. Different types of commodity booms and shocks, the oil crisis, and then banking crises that took place throughout the 80s, 90s, and in the 2000s. But as one comrade has said, of course, it ignores the entire history and economic, social, and production structures that existed in pre-colonial times. There's a lot of literature that is out there that describes an economic, social, political, and production system that was actually well intertwined with the rest of the global economy, that produced, supplied, and was able to sustain itself without any issues of power dynamics, without any issues of racism, and things like that. But of course, as the global economy changed over time, industrialization set in, the need for raw materials increased, and the so-called people who discovered other parts of the world decided that they needed to be out there. That power dynamic began to change. The economic structure of our continent began to stagnate. So you have a stagnation in innovation, in development, in advancement of different types of technologies. And as a result of that, we're stuck in a situation where our continent then becomes a primary exporter or extractor or producer of only raw materials that were to feed the industrialization process of the global north, of the imperialists. And so to a large extent, it's important for us to not start the history lesson around Africa's debt problems midpoint. And I think it's very important, as we are here this week, yesterday, today, and for the rest of the week, that we continue in a very deliberate way to taking the rest of our comrades outside of this room back into history classes, history lessons, to make them understand that there was a deliberate necessitation that compelled people to disregard the economic order of the day and subjugate the continent to an extended period of dependency, deindustrialization, and so on, and relegate us to being at the lower end of the value and supply chain. So I just want us to then sort of pause, think, and discuss what is happening right now across the continent. Close to over half of the continent's countries are either in debt distress or in high risk of debt distress. Yet, everywhere you turn, the advice seems to be, let us do fiscal consolidation, let us do austerity, let us set up the ecosystem such that our governments can pay creditors, that they can service their debts. We've talked about conditionalities, we've talked about the economic structure. And so I want us just to think, what would happen in a scenario where we turned the table and said, actually, the debt that we're experiencing, or the debt crisis we're experiencing, is as a result of irresponsible lending and not irresponsible borrowing, because there are institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, they're There are creditors that are in the international capital markets, and there are actually even bilateral creditors who are well knowledgeable and well aware of the debt distress, of the debt conditions that are facing many African countries. But they still insist on lending money to our countries, to our governments, knowing this very well. So we've actually moved from a situation where we don't talk about debt cancellation to borrowing out of debt. That's what's currently happening. But I just want to pose the question, what would happen if do you think if you do, just to ask a lender, actually, we're not going to pay back because we felt you lent in bad faith? What do you think would happen? Anyone, if you lent in bad faith, because the debt is a contract, yeah? There are information asymmetries, there are power asymmetries, but what if those asymmetries were not there and they still lent you the money? What do you think would happen if a government knew that the money was lent in bad faith? What do you think would happen?
It will be difficult to make that argument that the lender lent in bad faith, because, like you said, it's a contract. No gun was put to the borrower's head. So long as parties negotiate at arm's length, they know what is good. Each party knows what is good for him or her. You go in and nobody puts a gun to your head to sign, then you must know the implication. So saying that the the lender lent in bad faith may be difficult, a little tricky. I can see I'm raising.
Are you a lawyer? You sound like a lawyer. Okay. Okay.
You can decide to walk away.
Okay.
Once you get dated and you sign, you have settled for it. Other option of saying I won't pay. Yesterday, there was a lady from Argentina. I think she's not around. When she said she was somebody in the afternoon, somebody said, "Oh, we should decide to say won't pay." I said, "Ask Argentina what happened to them in Ghana, because not to pay, your lenders or your creditors will go." So an Argentina ship came to Ghana. A creditor of Argentina followed the ship to Ghana and tried to attack the ship. And this issue ended up at the international court. So it is not that easy for you to say that, well, you lent the money to me in bad faith. So long as it's a contract, the rules of contract will happen.
Okay, I want to, okay, sorry.
I'm not a lawyer, and I may not be remembering the history correctly, but in 1973, Ghana said Yentria. We've had that experience in Ghana, and that was to do with, I think, suppliers' credits. It was private debt, and I think the argument was one of bad faith. And we said we would not pay. We did suffer for it, yes. But then we also got out of it. So maybe what we need to do under such circumstances is that since we know what the reaction is going to be, we prepare for it.
Yeah. I want to pose a scenario based on what you said. If you take the case of Mozambique, recently, they had a tuna bond scandal, which is made a lot of headlines across those who follow the debt discussion, and it involved a very big international bank called Credit Suisse that was artificially ranking the government in terms of governance, ability to pay, and also the projects that were being applied for in terms of financing. And Credit Suisse knew that some of these things were not accurate, were not correct, but still lent money to the government of Mozambique. And at some point, when it came to paying back that money, the government of Mozambique was not able to because of mitigating circumstances. They suffered severe floods. There was COVID-19, so on and so forth, which meant they could not pay. And what a bunch of civil society organizations decided to do, with the help of very good lawyers, actually, was to argue, actually, that lending was done in bad faith. It was predatory, and therefore, in some way, constituted to be an illegitimate debt. And in Mozambique itself, the court ruled that the government didn't have to pay. The bank senior officials from Credit Suisse are criminally liable and are now awaiting trial for that. So it is possible to turn the tables around and make the argument that in some instances that there is behavior that can be predatory in nature. When you talk about austerity, when you talk about fiscal consolidation, when you talk about close to 30 African countries paying more in debt service than they are investing in health and education, and we've, Crystal mentioned it in her talk just before lunch. The direct impact is to a specific, well, it's the entire community, but a specific segment of our society bears the biggest brunt of those decisions. And so the lawyers in the room, perhaps there is a piece of research that can be reignited on the question of predatory lending, on the issue of odious debt, illegitimate debt. Why am I saying this in this part of trick or treat? Because we have also been conditioned in our thinking, in our research, in our advocacy, that's looking at radical proposals, like calling out the debt as being done in bad faith, or a loan being negotiated in a way that undermines human rights, that undermines the rights of African citizens, is a bad thing. Whereas if something like this was being done in the global north, the citizens would be up in arms. How many of you have been following what farmers have been doing in the European Union? Yeah, what have they been doing? Demonstrations. Why? Low prices. Exactly. So, but it is unfathomable for us as African citizens to do that. Why? Because we are conditioned to just accept and move on, accept the burden that comes with irresponsible lending. And I want to focus on this thing of irresponsible lending because it doesn't just present itself as a loan. It presents itself as things like public-private partnerships. Crystal talked about some of this. I'm sure over the last 2 days, we've talked a lot about that. It presents itself as foreign direct investment. So we need to be aware of how these types of models that promote and accentuate the role of private sector, the role of creditors, the role of multinational corporations in the process of indebtedness or in the architecture that causes us to be in this situation, that we are constantly perpetuating, looking at debt cancellation to continued borrowing. It's very important that our minds don't continue to be tricked into this idea that debt is a good thing. It is not a good thing because the crisis we are facing is very much apparent to all of us. I'm sure here in Ghana, more so than to many across the continent. So it's very important for us to think about that and very important for us to pause, reflect, and then discuss alternatives. There's another phrase that I'd like us to think about, and it's beginning to get a bit more momentum now, is that if I owe you $100, that is my problem. But if I owe you $100 million, that is your problem, right? Because if I fail to pay that $100, you come and take whatever small asset I have and say it's yours. But if I owe you $100 million and I tell you, I'm sorry, ma'am, that's your problem, I just didn't pay. You need to figure out how your shareholders are going to deal with that. And I think this is very important, again, when we're thinking about trick or treat. Can we collectively, as a continent, 55 African countries that apparently owe the world about 1.2 trillion US dollars, that's the debt that we hold, just decide one day to tell all our creditors, enough is enough. All the best with that, right? I want us to think about. I want you to think about that, yeah, because I I was going to say, yeah, there's some of us here are going to get who are going to get jobs. But please, I want us to focus. I want us to really pay attention to. We've talked about heterodox economics. We've talked about not keeping up with the or embodying the orthodoxy. But from a practitioner point of view, from a civil society point of view, the work that we do every day is to think about these things. Is to think about the different scenarios of what is not working and why do we continue advocating within institutions that are not working on the continent? Why do we keep on advocating when we know there are power asymmetries? We know there are informational asymmetries. So there's a few of us in civil society who are thinking about some of these more unspoken of options, yeah, and being a little bit more radical in what we want to ask and demand of our leaders. And I think collectively, these are things as young scholars, as academics, as PhD students, you can explore. What are the legal implications of 55 African countries defaulting? I actually think there's none. The creditors will sing to our tune. It happened in 2000 when we had the debt cancellation campaign. They came down and negotiated debt cancellation because there was enough of a collective decision by countries in the global south that the debt burden was just unbearable. And not only to our economies, but more importantly, to our people. And somewhere along that line, we have lost that path, or we've come off that path that focuses on people. Even as academics, as activists, as advocates, we are more worried about how do we fix institutions? How do we fix people's mindsets rather than how do we try and fix people's lives? And I think that's very, very important when we're thinking about alternatives, when we're thinking about whether this model of trick or treat or this continued borrowing our way out of debt is the correct way to go. And my very last point before I move on to the next slide is, again, any of these things cannot work if we only look at debt in isolation. So we had HIPIC, it didn't work to a large extent for many African countries. It may have worked for some countries in Asia and Latin America. But why didn't it work? It's because we only looked at debt as a single, isolated financial instrument. We didn't look at the role of debt when it comes to issues of trade. We didn't look at the role of debt when it comes to the issues of industry and manufacturing, because by then, our industries were decimated because of the colonial extraction. Institutions were set up to make sure that we could not industrialize, we could not manufacture, right? So we need to look at how the debt system works together with the other productive and economic sectors and the economic architecture globally, and what role then do we as Africans play in this system so that we are not caught in this perpetual crisis mode of policymaking. Can I just ask, how many years on average do you think our policy making cycle will take? How many years does it target roughly?
Every election year. So if it is 4 years election year, then it's 4. If it is 5, it is 5.
Okay, you're using election cycle?
Yes.
10? Okay. Would you be shocked if I said it's 3 years? How many countries in Africa have IMF programs, do you think? All of them, pretty much, yeah? And how many years is the cycle of an IMF standby arrangement? Yeah, 2 to 4 years. So on average, about 3 years. So our governments sit down and make policy on a 3-year cycle. So that, no, on average, what is happening?
No, it's happening on the basis of 3 years.
Yeah, so that is the current practice. Why? Because as Ndongo, Crystal, and a few others said yesterday, the objective of policy making at the moment in the current model that we have, when it comes to issues of debt, domestic resource mobilization, is to ensure the creditor and international capital markets are satisfied that we are creditworthy. There is very little transformative finance or transformative policies that actually can be implemented. Because you can't. Yeah, take a country like Kenya, where I come from, for example, our president has announced publicly that for every 10 Kenyan shillings that is generated in tax revenue, 7 goes to debt servicing. 7 out of 10. goes to debt. He has publicly said this. So how can you transform? How can you go from being a low income or low middle income country to being a middle industrialized country? How can you go from exporting tea and coffee and flowers to manufacturing cars, trading and moving up the supply chain? It's not possible because the financing instrument that is released to you through the international system only guarantees you credibility on a 3-year basis or a 4-year basis, give or take. The Euro bonds that many of our countries are issuing, the loans they come due very quickly. So what policy making can you do that's transformative if your main focus is to make sure you pay the Euro bond? So please keep that in mind, because that is what it means to borrow out of debt, because that is what we're doing. We're not transforming our economies. We're being advised to continue borrowing. And they will tell you, yes, it's concessional. It's still a loan. Whether it's 0% or 35%, a loan is a loan, because when you receive any income, you need to set aside a proportion of that to go to servicing that debt. So please keep that in mind when we talk about Africa's debt, whether it is a trick or a treat, and particularly when you hear officials, government officials, IMF officials saying debt in itself is not a bad thing. We should loathe that statement because it's very loaded with severe undertones of repression, of austerity, of consolidation. But then let's try and connect the dots a little bit. So we've talked about debt in isolation and the risks and the dangers of that happening. And when we have development finance, it's quite big. Yeah, it's very broad. It's a very broad agenda and has different dimensions. There are internal aspects that we can consider. There's external, and there's a combination of the two in which we can look at. So we can go in turn. Domestic resource mobilization, most people talk about tax revenue, curbing illicit financial flows, improving tax administration and tax collection. But what is the biggest problem? I pose this again. What did you think is the biggest problem with the conversation around tax revenue mobilization on the continent at the moment? Challenge or biggest issue with the way the tax revenue mobilization discussion is going on the continent? Yes.
The inability to mobilize a lot of revenue domestically.
Okay. Inability to mobilize, yes.
Tax evasion.
Tax evasion, okay.
Well, I like to look at it from the other side, which is the utilization,
okay,
the tax revenue.
Okay.
Because that's not usually talked about.
Okay.
It's always just keep taking taxes, widening the net, expanding it as wide as possible.
So I want to build on your last point, because that is the crux of the matter. But most people, again, because of the way the system is set up, a lot of the discussion and the discourse around tax revenue mobilization on our continent focuses on tax administration, how to make tax collection more efficient. So, automation, introducing different systems to make it easier and appealing to pay taxes, right? It focuses a lot on broadening the nets or broadening the base, not from a productive capacity point of view, but from consumption point of view and a citizen point of view, right? So they talk about how do we get the informal sector into the tax net? Yeah, they don't talk about production. How do we use tax administration and tax policy to stimulate production, manufacturing, industrialization? So we're very focused on getting administration correct. At the same time, the IMF then tells you, create these tax incentives, give these people tax holidays. Many of you will have analyzed tax expenditure reports, and you can see the amount in millions of dollars that our governments are losing or foregoing in tax revenue. Again, to come back to this idea of foreign direct investment, doing public-private partnerships, encouraging foreign businesses to come in, the continent and do their work. All of that does is creates what we call fiscal deficits. There's a comment at the back there. Yes.
Tax avoidance. I mean,
yes.
It's one big major thing, tax avoidance.
And that's a tax policy and tax administration issue. Because what you do is you strengthen your tax administration and collection ability, prevent those things. Yeah. So we need to move the conversation a little bit further. And here we've introduced things like, need to start talking about things like manufacturing. We need to reopen the conversation on industrialization. Nobody on the continent talks about industrialization anymore. It's like we have, I mean, apart from Crystal, but you know, in terms of how we've been moving and in terms of the discourse, that is what we need to keep in mind. So I've been told I've got 10 minutes. I didn't realize it's gone that fast. Okay, so let's go. So I think the idea around internal development finance is to then also stimulate ways of having capital accumulation. And capital accumulation means then you can actually invest in the productive sector and the productive capacity of the continent. The external, I think these are well known, very much a neoliberal open free market model that is Western and Eastern dominated to an extent. But I think the important thing here is we need to be careful around the political narrative that is being sold to us as a developmental model. The markets are not the panacea. They're not a solution to our transformative problems. If you go back again, pre-colonial times, you know, into economic history, there is no country in this world that I know of, and I'm as well read as many of you in the room, but I've not seen or read of any country in this world that has developed, transformed without the help of the state. So we need to look at that from the external development finance point of view. And the reason I put it there is because we are part of a development agenda or growth agenda for different countries, not our own. We're still being used in the same way that we were done over 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years ago. So perhaps the solution is doing a bit of both, yeah? Let's do some state-led development, strategic interventions, inward policies, and then heavy regulation for external interventions. We've seen this currently happening in the US and in the EU. The US right now wants to ban TikTok. I don't know I'm not on TikTok, but I don't know, I'm sure many of you are following that. They introduced the Inflation Reduction Act. In the European Union, they've introduced something called the CBAM, the Carbon-Based Access Market policy. All of these are strategic, heavy regulation to protect their own industry, their own markets, right? So we need to do the same. Rather than doing the continental free trade area that's just going to open us up for another round of exploitation and extraction, we need to look inwards, right? China does the same thing. India has been doing the same thing. Russia does the same thing, protecting their own strategic interests, using tax policy, using trade policy, using industrial policy. So we do have that opportunity to do that. But to do that, we need to understand the kind of architecture. Let me just give you a statistic here. It's part of what we've been discussing, but you can see that on the continent, interest payments have increased by 132% over the last decade. Yeah, so around 2010 to 2022, at the detriment of spending on education, healthcare, and investment. You cannot transform. Agenda 2063 remains a pipe dream if this is the current state that we're going to move on. So what does this mean? Many R's over here, but reject, rebel, rebuild, rethink. We must, as intellectuals, as young scholars, as those who are curious and determined to put the continent on the map as a rule maker, we need to reject the current development models. They're not working. You need to reject the current political economy analysis and their ideologies and philosophies, because all they do is maintain the subjugation of the continent and of her people. And this is exactly what we're experiencing, particularly for countries like Ghana. Ethiopia, my colleague here, Isaac from Zambia, will tell you as you go into this common framework negotiation for the debt restructuring. The idea behind it, and AFRODAD and many others have been very critical about this, it's to appease creditors. It has got no development agenda in it. It's got no citizen centralization around it. These negotiations are just about making sure creditors are happy and they get their money back. So we need to reject that system. We need to reject that way of thinking and start looking at what life was like, what models were there pre-colonial times, what are we doing right at that time, and how do we sort of emancipate ourselves from the current neoliberal colonial thinking of accumulation. We need to rebel also on the systems of oppression. And here I don't mean necessarily just intellectually, but politically, socially, culturally, because a lot of us are being consumed by ideologies, by philosophies, by approaches that go against many of the cultures and norms of the continent. And these have a very devastating impact on then how we think of the continent, how we position the continent in the global system. And we need to rebuild the system that was there. As I say in my last point, the Africa was not born in the 50s, 60s, or 70s. We must reject that notion that history, our economic position in the world started at independence. The moment we're able to go back and look at life and our structures before colonization, then we'll be able to truly emancipate ourselves. And then we need to rethink our role in the global system. We're not net consumers. Yeah, the neoliberals, the free marketeers will tell Africa, youth bulge, there's a youth dividend, huge market. But huge market for what? To consume things that are made outside, whether it's information, whether it's knowledge, whether it is consumable goods, whether it's political thinking, all of it is being imported onto the continent. And we need to rethink our role in that system. What role are we, as scholars, as people who care very deeply about the continent, what role are we playing in that sense? I have two pause, think, discuss elements here, and this is to do with the contemporary discussions that are going on. How many are aware of something called the energy transition? Okay, how many are aware that we don't have an energy transition strategy on the continent? We kind of do. Yeah, okay. So the reason I brought this up here after the 4 hours, because here's just a practical sort of application of what I mean. This is what the continent looks like. Yeah, the resources and the share of world production in 2020. And you can see, you know, for critical minerals or strategic minerals, or they're strategic for whom? Who do you think they're strategic for? For the West or even the East as well? Yeah. So it's important to look at this and then also look at this next slide. Yeah. This is taken from Al Jazeera, by the way, so I've put the links there. But you can see all of these things. None of those phones are made on the continent. The ones that you're holding, and I've seen many of you take pictures. I hope you're taking pictures of me and not the slides. But those lovely phones you're holding are comprised of all different types of minerals that are found on this continent, on our continent. Yeah. And I want you to, the first point is very important. The first 2 points are very important. That we have a lot, yet our contribution to global trade and global commerce on these is a mere 406 billion only. Yeah, based on what we have lying in terms of our percentage of global production. So again, we are still locked in the lower end of the supply and value chain. And I think it's very important for us to think about these things when we talk about debt and development finance, because what's happening is we are collateralizing a lot of these assets and telling foreigners, please come and take this thing, but give us money. Or come and take this thing and maybe cancel some of our debts. You know, things are thick when the Secretary of State, Janet Yellen, goes to Zambia, and all of a sudden there's a deal on the table for the common framework. Isaac, I hope I'm not misrepresenting Zambia here. Yeah, but you know, things are critical. When somebody of that stature arrives in your country and then within 24 hours, there's a deal on the table. There you go. Yeah, so there you go. So it's very important when we talk about our role in the next century and a half, we need to understand these things. So how do we move forward here? We must be rule-makers. We need a different form of PPPs. I like to call them power, politics, and people. We need a new dispensation. Yeah, we need to update the ones that were there, that were laid by the founding fathers of the continent at independence. We need to update it and make sure that we live by those aspirations. Similarly with the politics, we need a new way of looking at the political order. I think Ndongo is here, but what is happening in the region? Young people, revolution, military, whatever. Some people may not like it, but it is an indication that all is not well. People are tired, people are getting exasperated with the extraction, the extortion, and the expensive way in which our leaders are making us live. So we need a new type of politics, a new dispensation when it comes to that. And of course, it must be people-centered. There are wonderful documents, charters, protocols, written by our AU heads of states from the 1970s, from the 1960s, right, that articulate the vision that they have aspiring for the continent. So we need to go there. We need to go back to those. We need to update them. And very lastly, just to give you some examples of what rulemaking actually means, I'll start with the bottom one. His Excellency Thabo Mbeki chaired a high-level panel on illicit financial flows. How many people are aware of this panel, apart from Crystal? Anyone aware of this panel? Okay, this is a very, very, very important panel. And if you get a chance to read this report, you will know that the definition of illicit financial flows changed purely down to this report. In this report, the panel said illicit financial flows is not just tax evasion or illegal, it's tax avoidance and corporate structuring that extracts money deliberately. This is my last slide. How many are aware of this UN Framework Convention on Tax? Anyone? Guys and ladies, or have I bored you to death with this? This is very important because the Framework Convention on Tax was adopted last year in the United Nations General Assembly in November. It was pushed by the Thabo Mbeki level panel on illicit financial flows. It was pushed by the African group of countries in the United Nations and supported by African civil society organizations under the umbrella of the Stop the Bleeding campaign. We are rule makers, believe it or not. And these are just some examples. Of course, the other two, I'm just doing promotion of AFRODAD because those are AFRODAD documents. But the Harare Declaration tries to summarize what I have, actually go in detail in terms of what I presented. And the Borrowing Charter just tries to give a bit more emphasis on the role of institutions and the centrality of people when it comes to borrowing. And so with those few, also very long remarks, I've only gone, I'm actually 45 minutes on the dot. Thank you very much. And I look forward to your questions, comments.
I think there's a consensus that this was a wonderful presentation and very interactive. So we open up for questions. Now we start with women first.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. Yeah, just two questions. The first one, yeah, you you made mention of FDIs, yeah. To what extent can we utilize FDIs to our advantage? Then the second one, in terms of we rethinking as Africans, in situations where we have gotten our hands already in the mud, like situations like we be members of the EP already, we know that EPA, the Economic Partnership Agreement here, and we know that we want to focus on an African Continental Free Trade Agreement. In what way can we rethink such that doesn't have repercussions on Africans?
Yeah, thank you. Mine is a sort of a comment and then probably a question. I wonder, in fact, I'm beginning to think different these days. Why we shift all the blame to the West? Why we continue to blame them? Do we see how politics, do we talk about the political economy, development, and then how the political economy influence development? For example, let me cite Ghana here. If you are in a government sector, if you're in the public sector, you work there, you see that most of the problems are woes. It's not caused by them. It's caused by the politicians. Why do we continue to blame them? Is it a politician? So I'm wondering, we the young ones sitting down here, when we get opportunity, what we will do? Because those very people that are in the helm of affairs now, they spoke more than what we are doing now. And when they get there, they become so different. So do we, okay, probably it's a topic that we need to research into to find what is causing that. Because they will speak nice and nice articles and tell you this and that and that. And politician, like you were talking about tax evasions or whatever. In Ghana here, reasons. They will come that they say, "Whoa, we want you to come and invest in Ghana. Go for people. Okay, we will tax holidays." And they will create a name. The name will be maybe a JJ. And the tax evasion for 10 years. When they get to the 9th year, then they collapse the business. The companies cannot withstand it. Then they go back and then come with a different name. The politician is aware. The politician is aware because they have the share they are taking. So what all this, you do this, and later you begin to blame the West. Or I'm not saying that they are not part of our problems. They are part of our problems. Let us see what we can also do different, except at the political side.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask if, because history has shown us the heavy costs of deviation from the norm. Sometimes it's as high as orchestrating coups and disrupting entire, countries that sets you back generations. Libya is an example. And this threat stares us in the face. How do we navigate this this problem of the threats that comes with deviating from the laid down rules that run the global financial system?
Okay. Let me try and take these first, and then we'll take a second round. Utilizing foreign direct investment, I think there's a lot of evidence that shows it's not transformative, right? Because whilst you get some form of job creation, there are almost little to none interlinkages with your economic and productive structure or economy in the country. So the main way would be it's through taxation and levying those taxes. But the problem with that is the company that is doing the foreign or is implementing the project or development project has a subsidiary in a tax haven. They have another subsidiary elsewhere. So there's intra-company transactions. So that becomes the tax evasion, tax avoidance issue that comes into play. So I would be very careful around falling into that trap that we must create the environment for foreign direct investment. And I'd be particularly cautious, if not more bold, as to say, even with the current discussions on climate finance, the energy transition, that African governments should actually put up blockades to protect these minerals and resources from being exploited and extracted from the continent. There's no evidence to suggest that trying to utilize foreign direct investment interventions has led to any transformation, because from an economic side of thing point of view, economies of scale is with the business, with the foreign entity. So they benefit through scales of production. That means a domestic entity cannot compete. So that's on cost of production. Then even on price, because the foreign entity is benefiting from tax breaks, tax holidays, tax exemptions, whereas the domestic business or domestic enterprise is not, again, it cannot compete. So you're actually suffocating and crowding out your domestic business. And there's a reason why I used foreign direct investment and not private sector investment, right? Because there's a distinction between international private sector and the domestic private sector, and we must have that distinction. It's very important. I personally would say governments should try and encourage and motivate and stimulate domestic private sectors to actually do. They're very comfortable borrowing from the private sector, but they're not comfortable allowing the private sector to manufacture and make stuff in our countries. The EPAs versus the Continental Free Trade Area, both are bad in my opinion, but that is Jason Braganza's personal opinion, not AFRODAD's opinion yet. But there are very easy ways of getting out of the EPA or certain trade agreements. I think it's the Republic of Uganda that suspended all its bilateral investment treaties. They suspended all their double tax agreements until they were analyzed and people understood, the government understood how is Uganda benefiting from having these things, right? So there are ways in which, first of all, avoid signing them if you can, but if you can't, there are always ways to try and get out of these things. Yeah, I think that's the point I'd make. And I'd want to link it to the question to the comrade who has sat next to you about why do we, there are many examples domestically that work. I mentioned the Mozambique case. Yeah, in Zimbabwe, civil society groups have taken the government to court on a number of occasions on issues of public debt. In Kenya, where I come from, the same thing on debt. In Kenya, Tax Justice Network Africa took the Kenya Revenue Authority to court on a double tax agreement and won the case. In Uganda, they took Tullow Oil and Heritage Oil to court for avoiding to pay capital gains tax from a transaction that they undertook. And they won that case. So there are instances where we can do things domestically. It just requires that boldness, that courage. I don't think it's enough to say, why do we always blame the West? The West has done a lot of bad things and continues to do a lot of bad things. And so it is absolutely correct to continue blaming them, despite or in spite of our own internal challenges. This is not to appease our internal issues, but you cannot absolve the West. Yeah. I was in Abu Dhabi for the World Trade Organization meetings a few weeks ago, and we asked the African delegations that were there, have you raised this issue on the European Union's CBAM, the Carbon-Based Access Market mechanism? Have you raised this issue about the Inflation Reduction Act? All of these are inward protectionist policies, which in theory go against the rules of the WTO, but not a single African member state has gone ahead to do that. Yeah. So we also need to call that stuff out. The issue of the threats in terms of deviation, I think, first of all, I think Libya was maybe not the right example, because that was completely externalized to the continent. That was an external conflict, even though sanctioned by somebody of the soil, but nonetheless, that's a conversation for a different day. But the issue of deviation with those threats, I think they might have to be what some people say collateral damage. You have to go through those growing pains. You need, if you want to reset, reboot, completely reimagine the system, there are some things you have to give up. There are some things we're going to have to deal with, and that's the pain that comes with revolutions. That's the pain that comes with radical thinking. I don't think we should be afraid. It's the same thing of saying the collective default. Yeah, we should be able to be willing to accept whatever comes with it, but at least say that we're standing up on our ground and we're not going to pay the debt of 1.3 trillion and just say, too bad, we'll deal with the fallout as a continent, as a people. So I don't think we should be afraid of those threats. We should understand them, but they should not deter us from being able to pursue that. Because allowing yourself to be subjugated by those threats means that you'll never escape the vicious cycle that exists.
Crystal, I'll come to you.
Thank you. I didn't read about this report, but I feel like these are a proposal to stop the bleeding.
And I like very much your proposal to envision what should be the century, the 23rd century. And this is a long-term vision. These are tools to stop the bleedings now. And when you discuss the energy transition, when you talk about the energy transition, we talked about raw material and critical material for the energy transition. But the transition from what to what is the transition that we should think here in Africa. We should have this discussion. If we want to control our resources for our energy transition, how we should make it, where is the discussion about technology? How we should transform this critical material into technology that will help us to do our transition and to live within the climate crisis that is heading in 2050. I mean, I think that we should really begin this discussion about technology, about international property rights, how we should reappropriate the local technologies that will help us to do our energy transition and to envision what and how we can live in the 23rd century. Not us, but maybe our children.
Thanks, Jason. I've been thinking a lot about this dichotomy between revolutionary versus reformist. When are we reformist? At what cost? And when are we revolutionary? And from the tax space, the Dereje Alemayehu, his famous quote is, "If you're not at the table, you're on the menu." And for years, I've spoken about that. But more recently, and this was sort of sparked by what's going on in Gaza, and Palestinians asking of other Arab nations, what cost are you sitting at these tables of global rulemaking? And so related to that with the UN tax framework, and there's been a big push, as you said, pushed by the African Union, by the Africa Group, African Civil Society, backed by the Thabo Mbeki report, to move tax regulation and framing from the OECD, which is a bunch of rich countries, to the UN. My question refers to, can we do both things? Can we still follow that track of making tax conversation more democratic, holding it in the space in the UN, which is seen as more democratic theoretically, but knowing that it isn't the most democratic space that we have. The United Nations General Assembly voted the way it did for Gaza, for Palestine. It was almost an opinion poll, right? Is there a possibility, and can our imagination allow us to think of that as just one angle, but go beyond that to think of what more can be done? Because as Crystal, the United Nations as it currently is doesn't look like liberation, doesn't feel like liberation, doesn't operate like liberation. There's no space for a true African voice that is meaningful, that has agency, that has power in those spaces. And so how do we dance this dance between engaging a multilateral system that exists in the way that it is and not, working to hold ground on issues in those spaces, and at the same time pushing beyond that to be more imaginary and more visionary about what we need as a continent for the next generation?
So, Jason, we have about 7 minutes. Okay, so maybe could you be a bit quicker?
Okay, just a quick one. So if I look at how the West look at it, right? They want to serve their interests. They'll always and keep on doing that because they want to thrive in this global environment. Africa also, we need to think about it in a way that how do we save our interests? We have this energy transition global agenda, but can we have and lay down what Africa's agendas are, right? Is it making sure we harness all these critical minerals and making sure that the manufacturing processes and we have a balance and an agreement in terms of where we come in between the Western world that wants the material and where we come in? Do we create to markets that really we don't have to go in parts of the world to borrow, but we can borrow amongst each other? We lay down proper agenda items where the world knows that, oh, 1, 2, 3 are African agendas. I think we need to think around that.
Okay. Oh.
I would suggest you answer that, and if we have time.
Okay, I'll try and be very quick. Let me pick up on the point on the energy transition and the role of the issue of technology, and how do we integrate that in our conversation. I'm going to preface this by saying it is appropriate that the world's emergencies are Africa's crises, right? And I think it's very important for us to think about this from a political economy analysis. It's important for us to think about this from a power analysis, because all of a sudden, as real as climate change is and the climate emergency is, it is an emergency for some people and a crisis for others. And there's a difference between an emergency and a crisis. Yeah. Why is it an emergency? It's an emergency because energy supplies that find their way into the global north are threatened. They need to find ways to deal and sustain themselves, to remain on top of the food chain. So it's important that we frame how we frame these questions and how we frame these discussions. I agree, the transition, and it is something I'm grappling with at a personal level, but also at an institutional level, AFRODAD is grappling with. How do we or should we engage in this conversation called the transition? Because if you look at the statistics, generally energy access on the continent is extremely low. Our emissions are extremely low, yet the energy needs are extremely high because we want to develop, we want to transform, we want to create industries, we want to manufacture, we want to produce. We want schools and hospitals to have uninterrupted power supplies, so that basic needs can be met. So it's very important. I agree that question on that we need to start thinking about it. I'd be a little bit cautious on the technology side of things, because for those of you who follow international trade, a big part of why many of the trade rounds have failed is because we did not have that technology transfer that was argued for in the 80s, in the 90s, and even in the 2000s. And so even in part, this argument that is being made on the climate finance, climate energy transition, and climate agenda on technology transfer, we need to take it with a pinch of salt and be very cautious. The second caution around technology is also, technology is a very high-skilled endeavor. Is our education system equipped to deal and produce and develop curriculums to address the technology needs that the continent desires or is required? How do we deal with emerging technology when at the same time we talk about Africa having a youth bulge, and it's the demographic dividend that's going to sort of take and transform the continent? So we need to be very cautious in this approach when we talk about technology, its role in the energy transition, its role in development, transformation, and so on. I think the point around the United Nations, yes, it's not the panacea. I think we should start working or looking a little bit closer to home when it comes to what it is we're really after. We have some great documents and great roadmaps under the African Union Commission. For instance, the Abuja Treaty that calls for the establishment of an African financial architecture, and the establishment of specific African Union financial institutions, which enables us to deepen our integration, both political, economic, and social. So, the establishment, for example, of an African central bank, an African monetary fund, an African investment. All of these things are ways in which we're not only just, we find the right table, actually, to sit on, and maybe perhaps leave the international architecture as a peripheral thing where we are reformists there, but revolutionaries back home and back on the soil, because that's where it is needed the most. There are a lot of countervailing factors at the moment on the continent. Now that the African Union is a member of the G20, for example, right? There are going to be a lot of people who are free marketeers, neoliberals, who are going to encourage the African Union to continue adopting very open free market policies and agendas which continue to feed into the extortion and the extraction of the continent as we move forward. And I think that sort of dovetails to the point you're making on having a very clear roadmap in terms of what it is we want to do. I'd also encourage you, lastly, look at something called the Africa Club that was launched at the African Union Summit. It's a group of 7 African multilateral institutions, including the Afri-Exim, Africa Reinsurance, the Trade and Development Board, and just to name a few. Again, you know, they have their issues, but as a political statement, coming together to have that coordination and coherence could be a good thing. It's up to us to try and influence and affect how they operate on the continent towards the betterment of the continent.
People wouldn't forgive me if I don't take their questions. Perhaps you are too interested there. So,
thank you so much. I think that human beings, by our nature, we are selfish. So it's not strange that the West or the northern global north is selfish. So to me, I think that we should also think of what we want, okay, and then pursue that. There are many ways that countries like Japan, Singapore, Malaysia also were in our situation before, but they made it because they had a plan, a focus where they want to be. What are we thinking about? Sometimes now sad in Ghana as a Ghanaian, everyone who goes into politics is to go and steal. I just put it that way. It's not to serve. So if we have this situation, how are we going to develop? We can never make it. Even after independence, our forefathers at that time were focused. That's why this continent was doing better than it is now. We have progressed a lot. So for me, we should think of what we want and stop blaming the global north. The blame is too much. And I think that's our solace. We cannot do anything about it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I enjoyed it. So to start with, I just want to highlight that Ghana has realized that we have some critical minerals. So a couple of months ago, a group of CSOs with the Minister of Land and Natural Resources, had a meeting on how we establish the critical minerals in Ghana. I mean, that conversation is still in the pipeline. We just wanted to highlight.
I think that is, we've mentioned Ghana too much in the...
Okay, so currently Ghana has established a just energy transition plan that, I mean, I don't know what to talk about it, but almost 80% is focused on nuclear energy. That, I mean, we are not even in accordance to that. We believe in renewables, but that's one side of the story. And the other one is that they launched an investment plan. And when you look at this investment plan that they want to transit, it's about if I'm not mistaken, I don't really remember the figures of the whole investment plan, but had 80% of it coming out from bilaterals, from loans, private sector. I mean, the government is focused on getting finances from private sector, of which, I mean, you're not going to mention the institution that is going to finance these projects, but they come with high interest, and bilaterals would also come with their interest, same as for the multilaterals, they have the scale of how they're going to generate their income. And then we ask them that, okay, how do you intend to pay back the debts? And they tell us that, well, we are going to take it from domestic resources, your taxes. I mean, that is the plan the government is having for the country, and it goes way into 2060, 2040. So my question is, what do we do? I mean, what do we do? Because the investment plan is solely based on loans, and we cannot live up to this.
our snacks have been prepared, so we need a few minutes.
Okay. So my comment is basically about us
talking about transitioning, not acting upon it. For example, if we talk about maybe making finished products from our resources today, Africa, how much of those products will be worthwhile? Here's the thing, the world level is here, yeah? And what we can produce today, if we decided to make finished products of our resources, will be way here. Why? Because our conditioning, the way we think, and our education systems teach us to depend on something made somewhere to develop what we want. A few weeks ago, I asked a technician, an IT technician at work, said, so if you do not have R or R, how are you going to analyze this data? Then he said, I don't know. So you see, his education taught him to depend on those two to be able to carry out his task. And that is one thing we need to rethink as Africa. A few years ago, Rwanda launches a mobile phone. Ask me how much of that mobile phone has even sold. Very minimal. So if we are going to start talking about protecting our natural resources, we should start by rethinking our education systems to be able to produce what the world would desire. Because even if we say, let's do away with FDI, we still need their labor and their expertise, produce what we can sell. So our education systems need to start changing in order to have a lot of technocrats in certain sectors, in mining, for example. If we're going to mine our own minerals and make products from our own minerals, we need technocrats. And then those technocrats, for them to come from within us, our systems of education need to change to start from begin point, end point, and not begin in the middle where someone has done something already to making a finished product. I think those are things that we need to start thinking about as Africa. We're going to begin taking care of ourselves and our needs.
Please, one more.
So mine is just housekeeping. The snack isn't ready, and I wanted to find out if it would be okay to push the snack towards the end of the next. Okay, so I'll let them know. And then once we've had the second presentation, after that, you can have your snack and then you can leave.
Okay. Let me start with the two I think are linked about producing what is sellable and marketable versus what the government is doing with regards to the energy plans. And I think that's exactly the kind of thinking that is being advanced by our policymakers, by the very narrow way of looking at it. I'd be interested actually to find out how much of the energy that is generated through this project is kept in Ghana. Because, you know, there are several cases, particularly in Southern Africa and also the North, where similar projects are being massively invested in under the guise of energy transition, but actually that energy is being exported back to Europe in particular, right? So I think it would be very interesting. What I would say in the spirit of being a bit more radical and rebellious is to use, if possible, the legal system to challenge the efficacy of this deal that the government has signed. Are there provisions in the constitution here in Ghana that allows you to compel through the court system, the lawyers are here, the government to publish or make public that information so that citizens can be aware of what it has signed up to and what it actually means? Because that's the only way in which, coming back to your point, that we start rethinking our education, rethinking how we approach and analyze these issues, and we just don't accept them, make a bit of noise, complain a little bit, and then the government is still moving on with its agenda, right? So I think let us also allow ourselves to use the process of strategic and public interest litigation to try and compel governments to hold up its end of the bargain in terms of negotiating in favor of citizens. And I want to say that because what tends to happen with such agreements is that it locks the country at the bottom of the supply and value chain. and generates this perpetual indebtedness that then requires you to borrow and continue borrowing and continue borrowing, and you stay in that phase of dependency. To the colleague about Global North, and I think just like the other, you cannot excuse them. We will just have to respectfully disagree on that one, because you cannot appease what is going on and the role the Global North is playing in the indebtedness of the continent. Like I've said, here in Ghana, your government is negotiating with the IMF. The IMF is the one putting the conditions to produce to open the taps of money to enter Uganda. I'm sorry, Ghana, right? It is telling the Ghanaian government you're going to have to remove maybe some sort of subsidy on energy or fuel. You're going to have to maybe increase VAT on certain things. You're going to have to cut spending on health education, so teachers' salaries, this wonderful university. Maybe you got a bit of a cash injection because the All Africa Games were here. But what happens to public universities, public education, young scholars who are curious about enhancing the role of the country and the continent in the world? When the IMF tells you, no, you need to cut. In Kenya, that's what has happened. They've cut spending to public universities. Why? Because the IMF said you need to do this in order to access the money. That is not an African problem. That is an IMF problem. That is a Western problem, right? So as I said, whilst we do have our own issues, we do have our own governance challenges, it cannot be that our governance issues do not work in isolation. And I think that's also something that we must appreciate. They are enablers and facilitators of this type of governance issues. But I think we may respectfully disagree. And maybe during the snack after the session, when the blood has cooled down a little bit, we can talk a bit more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason. This was a wonderful presentation. And so we have 5 minutes just to stretch ourselves. We take the last session and then we have our snacks. 5 minutes, please.
Hey, thanks, man. Thank you. Yo. Thank you. Right. Education. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think that's I think yeah. I was talking to the screen part, right? Yeah. But I thought something yeah. But I don't think things are like the direction that was up, yeah. Yeah. Look at this. I can go. They have to say. You told me about this. Have you? Okay. Yeah. We learned that by yeah, but just formally practice, yeah, like this, how we are.
Okay, I'll do that. So I think our 5 minutes is over now, and we should take. So our next talk. Okay, so our next talk by Dr. Charles Gaymfi Ofori would be on resource governance and development financing without debt. Dr. Charles Gaymfi serves as the policy lead for climate change and energy transition at the Africa Center for Energy Policy. His research interest revolves around risk mitigation and investment decisions related to both utility scale and small scale renewable energy technologies in Africa. He also a PhD in finance with specialization in renewable energy investments from the University of Ghana Business School. So, Dr. James, for you.
All right, good afternoon or good evening. I hear it's been a long day, so I'll try as much as possible to be snappy so that we can go for our break. But also bearing in mind the importance of this topic and in ensuring that we get as much insight as possible from this. So I was asked to speak on resource governance and development financing without debt. And this is a short report we did on breaking the cycle of IMF support and trying to address governance inefficiencies and the drivers of public debt in Ghana, which is available on our website, isef.africa. So you can visit the site and then have a look at the issues that I mentioned. We also did a spotlight on the energy sector. That is really a key area of focus, and that could be helpful in understanding our perspective of how the debt issue is actually being portrayed. Knowing that we have a diverse audience, but I'll be talking about Africa. And most of the case studies I'll be using will be the Ghanaian example. That could also stretch to other places in Africa. So forgive me if I use so much of Ghanaian examples. Thank you. So this matter has been mentioned along for an extended period of time. Africa is rich with abundant natural resources, and yet we are poor. There's not a new thing that has been mentioned in the literature on development and the literature of resource management or resource governance. So we have production potential of about 7.2 million barrels of oil per day, gas production potential of about 249 billion cubic meters for 2022. And we also hold quite a larger portion of minerals, production, especially in terms of gold production, around 30 to 40% of global gold production is coming from Africa. And that means that, it's our natural resource holds a certain potential to grow our economy and then reduce poverty theoretically. So the question is that with all of these abundance or seemingly abundant resources, do we have an excuse to be poor? And I think we've already talked about debts and the rising debts. And as the statistics show, day in and day out, more countries in sub-Saharan Africa become more and more classified under being debt distressed. So you could see that the statistics on those who are classified as low keeps on dwindling, and then those who are classified as moderate, high, and then debt distress keep on increasing over the years. So the key question for us resource governance people is whether we will remain poor if we're able to manage our resources well.
So what really is resource governance? And we believe that this is quite crucial for our development as a region. The NRGI defines resource governance. NRGI, the Natural Resource Governance Institute, they define them as resource governance as the rules and disclosures and then the procedures for oversight that enables an enabling environment that govern a country's extractive sectors. Extractive sectors, we mean the gold, the mining sectors, the oil and gas sectors. Then the Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy also looks at it as the norms, institutions, and structures that determine how power and responsibilities over natural resources are exercised. So there is always a set of rules, there's always a set of guidelines, and there's a set of key area around how we are managing our extractive resources in the face of resource governance. In the context of development planning or development financing, three key issues really emerge, and these are proficient generation or proficient mobilization of resources, proficient utilization of the resources that have been generated, because we believe that if you are not able to utilize, even if you generate $1 trillion per day and you are not able to utilize it well, you're still going to engender a lot of inequalities and poverty within the region. And then also a means to support sustainable economic development. So these are key issues that we have to take note of when it comes to resource governance within the region. So we would be taking some of these issues one after the other to really consider what they are in terms of mobilization, especially, and in terms of utilization. What are the key issues around mobilization, and how should we strengthen our mobilization systems as far as resource governance is concerned? One of the big issues around mobilization is actually the fiscal regime for oil and gas and then mining companies. So there's a huge debate around what kind of fiscal regime is optimal for a country, and even a country like Ghana. Currently, we operate a royalty and then a tax regime system where the company does the investment, whether it's oil and gas or mining, and when they extract the commodity, they pay certain royalties based on a percentage of gross production, dependent on how the contract is. In the mining sector, we have about an average 5% royalty. In the oil and gas sector, it depends largely on the petroleum agreements that has been signed. Then there's also the corporate income tax, which is for the extractive sector. As far as the Income Tax Act is concerned, about 35% of your profits. Then there are other sources of financing, the surface rentals, additional oil entitlement, which comes in when you are making more profits, just to ensure a more progressive taxation. So royalties and taxes are two of the key sources of financing as far as our extractive resources are concerned. But then there are also other forms of fiscal regimes in the extractive sector. The production sharing agreement, where the country takes ownership of the resource and actually contracts the company to undertake the extraction, and the company takes its part of the cost of extraction, its share of the cost of extraction, and then profits is shared according to a certain specified formula. Sometimes the government actually gets more, sometimes it's 60-40, 70-30, depending on the kind of negotiations. Then we also have service contracts where the country also contracts the company to do it at a fee, and afterwards they take away the fee from the cost that they incurred from the fee that they have charged, and that becomes their profits. Then the government takes whatever commodity that they get. So there's a huge debate as far as what should be the situation is concerned. Some are saying we don't get enough value from royalty tax regimes. We should rather venture into production sharing agreements. Others are saying we should venture into service contracts. And then the key question is, can the choice of regime really maximize revenue potential? Or we are just majoring in the minus, arguing about what may not necessarily bring revenue or maximize our share. And we bring this example to highlight in terms of the lithium mines or lithium sector, what has been for some of the countries, what has been some of their fiscal regimes for key producers. So if you take Mali, they also operate the royalty tax regime. Zimbabwe also does same. Chile also does same, and Western Australia also does those similar form of arrangements. Ghana recently signed a deal with the Atlantic Lithium, also provides certain amounts of lithium spodumene, and we also following the same thing as is shown in our minerals and mining. One thing that is interesting when our lithium deal came up was a lot of concerns about how Ghana wasn't getting a good deal out of this. And some were saying that we should have increased our interest. The 13% interest wasn't enough. Some were saying the royalty rates were not enough, and so on and so forth. And we took it upon ourselves to actually look at what are the sensitivities in terms of the key input, changes in the key input, and how they would impact on government take. And we realized that issues like the interest that you have and royalty actually have lower sensitivities as far as your gains are concerned. So whereas 10% change in your pricing in gold, in lithium prices, all things being equal, could reflect about a 16% change in your government take. A change in carried interest is very minimal as far as its impact on your government take is concerned. And that tells us that there is a lot more scrutiny that we have to do as far as negotiations and contracts are concerned. Probably you may get 50% interest as free carried interest, but its impact on the government take will not be as significant as you want. So understanding the sensitivities around it is very critical. And it also brings a very bigger and an important issue around the fact that we can't only rely on what the fiscal take should be, but we should look at other ways of maximizing our revenue. So one of the key challenges that we have faced in terms of mobilizing revenue has been effective cost auditing. And a key issue has been the difficulty in determining actual production volumes from the resources. Your value is determined by the products that you would the volume of commodity that you would extract. And if you're not able to assess what the company is telling you vis-a-vis what your internal control measures are saying, then you run the risk of having some level of underreporting that would affect your take in terms of what your royalty should be and what your eventual taxation should also be. We undertook some study in the quarry sector, which is also another extractive sector, and saw that if you compare the revenue potential for the quarry sector and what is being collected currently, the revenue potential is about 18 times more than what is being collected. And the key reason for this was because of underreporting of production volumes. The fact that the agencies were not paying a lot of attention to such a sector and were allowing companies to free ride without really doing a lot of monitoring within that space. So once it happens and the capacity to monitor, the capacity to determine production volumes is not there, then you run the risk of actually having reduced take from your gains. There's also challenges with effective cost audits. Of course, tax evasion is illegal, but tax avoidance is something that companies would always want to use to reduce their exposure to taxes. So they will hire very, very good audits, accounts, experts, and all of that to run their books and to make sure that tax avoidance schemes are perfected. If you do not have that additional expertise to counter and to detect some of these schemes to effectively undertake your taxation well, then you also run the risk of reducing your gains in fact as far as government take is concerned. So we take advantage of legal loopholes, we take advantage of the lack of collaboration that exists among entities that are responsible for regulation, and they also take advantage of capacity gaps within this extractive sector. For Ghana, yes, there is a lot more capacity that is being developed, but a lot more is needed so that, for instance, a regulatory agency like GRA needs to continue to build its capacity in ensuring that it's able to properly audit. And we don't have to undertake audit just because we found a problem, but we undertake audit because it's a mandate, a regulatory mandate. And late audits also affords us do not afford us the chance to detect issues quite early. And all of these impact our revenue gains and our government take as far as these resources are concerned. Then another bigger issue is how effective resource governance through mobilization could be enhanced through backward linkages or linking with the supply chain. If you take Ghana's gold mining just on the large scale mining, as far as that is concerned, large scale mining companies in Ghana create about a $3 billion market for mine support services companies in Ghana. And that is huge. But the key question is, how are we able to take advantage of that annual market value that is being created by the activities of the mining companies? So if you do not allow your other sectors of the economy to be linked up, supplying goods and services to the main extractive sector, then you are kind of trying to uphold the enclave hypothesis that has been propounded, especially for the mining and then the oil and gas sectors. Most countries have local content regulations and have rationale in on improving local participation in their extractive sectors. And mostly it is geared towards equity participation and local procurement. In Ghana, for instance, before an oil and gas company can begin operations in the country, you need to have a local partner whose equity take is at least 5% for exploration and production activities. For other services, you need to have at least 10%. So you need to meet this mindset. You need to meet this mandate. But in areas where we are limited local participation to local procurement, without really linking it to the general industrial policy, what happens is that most of the procurements we undertake are sourced from imports. So the value of those procurements do not remain in country, but the bigger chunk of the value is exported to other countries just because we do not have the capacity to have improved the manufacturing sector and how that sector could have linked up with the extractive sectors. All right. So there are also other challenges with local content, which include limited capacities of local companies, financial challenges, and also fronting just to meet the mandates. Local companies are not interested in technology transfer, what local content mandates are expected to be the rationale around it, but really to, as it were, fulfill the righteousness, the front and they are paid, and that is all. No activity really takes place, and that is really hurting our local content regulations. Then we also have decisions that affect investment. So all these are issues that would have improved our revenue through effective mobilization, just outside of the fiscal take in terms of tax rates and all of that. But certain decisions that affect investment, for instance, if decisions are slow and it creates a mindset of an unfriendly environment for investments, then those things will be lacking. A lot of inactions are available on our extractive sector, and the consequence is that we pay more than we anticipated to pay. We delay on projects, and sometimes we allow people to hold on to exploratory blocks, especially within the oil and gas sector, and for speculative reasons without really cracking the whip on those things. Ghana has only 3 producing fields, oil producing fields, but we have about 18 blocks that are undergoing exploration. Most companies have held on to these blocks for so long, and there has not been a lot of action on those companies. Then also delays in infrastructure can also hamper our resource mobilization. And this is an example of the gas infrastructure that we have. Associated gas from producing fields have to be processed. And where your processing capacity is low, gas will have to be either re-injected or flared. And because of the low processing capacity, we've been flaring gas for a long time. And it has both environmental and then economic impacts. Environmental impacts on the basis of emissions of CO2 and methane, but the economic impact on the basis of missed opportunities for commercializing the gas that we could have used for the power sector or any other industrial use, but had to flare. And over the years, only in 2022, we flared about 60 million cubic feet, and that cubic feet of gas per day, only from our oil producing fields, which could have augmented the gas needed for our supply. I've already talked about activities in the sector, limited activities in the sector, and these are caused by a lot of issues around investments within the sector. Currently, Africa in general, in terms of the cost of producing, we do not really operate at a very huge. We operate at a very huge cost, and these costs impact on investment decisions, especially within this space where we are uncertain as to how the concept of energy transition will pan out. Investors are very much interested in places where cost of producing per barrel, their break-even costs are low. So if you check, you see that Saudi Arabia and the Middle Eastern countries have lower break-even costs and values than countries in Africa, as exemplified here in Nigeria, that has a break-even cost of about 28.9, almost $29 per barrel. The inactivity in the sector is also affecting our oil production. This is the case of Ghana, as seen in the line graph above. In 2019, our oil production peaked. And just because, of course, we've been producing for some time, and those 3 fields would get to a point where the items or the elements within there would diminish. So the only thing that can keep us afloat is to make more discoveries and to undertake more exploratory activities. But as it stands now, from 2019, we've been on a downward spiral up until now. Without additional discoveries, we will not realize the kind of goal of maximizing the kind of revenues that we want. Now, in the frame of revenue utilization, it is important to have a framework that promotes socioeconomic development. And this utilization framework includes investment in poor sectors and investment in communities that are affected by this resource extraction, especially given the fact that natural resources are finite, and one day they will go away. So in the case of Ghana, we have the Petroleum Revenue Management Act that ensures a very holistic revenue distribution framework for various entities, including the National Oil Company, the budget for budget support, contingency support, and also providing funds for future at a time where oil and gas may not necessarily be available in the country, which we call the Heritage Fund. But one of the key challenges had been the thin spreading of funds. That is, small funds being allocated to a host of, large amount of projects that suffer from time and cost overruns. And some of the value for money assessments that we have conducted have shown a lot of deficiencies as far as the quality of those projects are concerned. And that raises a whole issue around monitoring, and the lifespan of these things that can contribute in a certain way to the debts, because as your projects are not being implemented well, when they are not fit for purpose, you would want to borrow to redo the project and so on and so forth. So we have those things available. Then on the mineral side, Ghana doesn't have a very holistic approach for mineral revenue management, but there is an act, which is the Mineral Development Fund Act, that manages just a percentage of our mineral royalties and about 20% of our mineral royalties. So those funds are distributed to entities across mining communities and some other mining sector institutions. But then the other challenge, and they are very key sources of funding for these mining districts. When you check their sources of funding and the amount that comes from the minerals, you could see that it's a key source of funding for their development efforts. But a key challenge has been the issues around inadequate funding. Because again, instead of 20% going into the fund, these funds have been capped by another, and I'm explaining with the case of Ghana, which is the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act. That allows the Minister of Finance to cap certain statutory funding so that he doesn't become in breach of the law. And over time, between 2017 up until now, an average of just about 11% of has been disbursed into the fund instead of the 20%. And that means that it's going to affect development planning within some of these mining communities that would really have needed the funds. Then we have the issue and the argument around subjecting mineral investment to excessive risks. Revenues are generally gained or earned by virtue of your resource ownership. And mostly in Africa, state participation is low because, of course, the financial requirements for exploration, the financial requirements for looking for the mineral or the commodity is quite huge, and the risks are quite high. So state participation is low. So that risk has been taken off the shoulders of government and presented to companies who have a bigger shoulder to carry that risk. And so most of the revenues you get is just by virtue of the fact that the resources are located in your area, and of course you bear mental challenges and all of that. So it is a big question to ask what you should do with this question, with this free money, so to speak, as you are getting. Do you subject them to additional risk, or you use them for socioeconomic developments in projects? Do you place the money in other investment ventures that would bring in more risk, or should pose more risk in terms of what you are going to get? That's a bigger thing that we have to look at in terms of how we optimize the returns on the investments that we do vis-a-vis the developmental needs of the country. And a bigger issue, again, has been state participation in the extractive sector, which is permeated by the recurrent underperformance of state-owned enterprises. And again, in the case of Ghana, if you read our state ownership reports, you would realize that essentially most of the energy sector state-owned companies make a lot of losses, and most of these losses are also being propped by government providing them financial assistance and all of that. In the year 2020, the cumulative losses incurred by all state-owned enterprises was about 25 billion Ghana cedis, and government propped them with this amount of money just to make sure that they are kept afloat. And if you convert that money to dollars, that is at that year's prevailing exchange rates, that's about $5 billion, which is bigger than the IMF facility we are going for, right? So it tells you that once we're able to manage the performance of most of these state-owned enterprises, especially those within the extractive sector, we should be able to maximize the value that we are getting from our resource sectors. So issues around suboptimal internal processes, unclear strategic directions, political interference, operations being used as slush funds where monies are diverted through them to fund other non-core obligations, and then inability to fulfill core obligations all contributes to the non-performance of the state agencies. So in concluding, as I'm being prompted that the time is up, a key question then is, how do we ensure value retention or maximizing our values within our resource governance space? I believe that resource mobilization goes beyond fiscal take. It extends to focusing on creating a capacity, cost auditing. It extends to building local supply chains through effective industrial policies. And we would have examples of many countries in the global north and also in China that are doing this. And it's just creating an industrial potential to take over the value chain so that they do not become markets for finished products. And within this whole conversation around energy transition, where we have increasing installations of solar panels and all of that, Africa is just becoming a market because our participation in the global value chain is just at the latter part of it, where we are the consumers, eventual consumers. We do not take much activity in the production process, and that is where value is generated. So revenue mobilization goes beyond just increasing taxes, increasing royalties, increasing government share. It gets to a point where those areas are saturated and we need to look elsewhere. Then timely decision-making on investment attraction, creating an enabling environment for investment attraction is key to ensure that you keep on doing what is right. A key super major oil company left Ghana, ExxonMobil, and the speculation was that it's because of energy transition that they left. At the moment they left Ghana, a few weeks later, they made a significant discovery in Guyana. And that raises questions around whether it was really energy transition that caused them to exit. So there are key issues around the environment. Then also a well-coordinated revenue disbursement framework, as I mentioned, even if we generate trillions and we are not able to utilize it properly, that is not going to help us maximize value. So providing effective support to host communities that are affected by the activities of resource extraction and minimizing exposure to risk of risk through certain risky investments is also very key. And then, of course, effective regulation on the side of both state-owned and also on the side of private companies is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ofori. Let me take my relative power as the chair to ask the first question. So you, just from where you ended, so when Ghana discovered oil in 2007, I am no oil expert, but I read somewhere and some oil experts were happy that we had a Petroleum Management Act, is it Act 815, and that we were not going to repeat the Nigerian mistake. We had a plan as to what to do. So what happened? What happened here? That's the first question. I'll take yeah, this.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was struck by the slide where you showed forward and backward linkages in the sector. I mean, is there a way just to expand a little bit further as to what are the circumstances by which these linkages are not being strengthened or deepened? I think you mentioned it's a $3 billion US potential. And what are the bottlenecks from this being realized by domestic or national enterprises? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question is, how can we as Ghanaians and Africa prioritize our own domestic indigenous investors, that is private sector players, so that we can empower them to harmonize and they should lead in the exploration of these resources so that the money can be retained in Africa? What are some of the strategies that your research and your organization has placed for that? Thank you.
So you can take this and then we'll go for a second.
All right. Thank you so much. So what happened? I think a lot has happened, not necessarily on the basis of around resource utilization or on the basis of the Petroleum Revenue Management Law. That law is actually being followed to the letter. Every time the Minister of Finance presents the budget, the Minister of Finance has to provide indications on how petroleum revenues were used. And people are actually putting pen to paper just to show the calculations to see whether they are in line with the dictates of the law. And once you do those things, you realize that indeed they are in line. But the devil is really in the detail. For instance, if you allocate revenue of let's say 1 million to so many projects, right? School buildings, chips compounds, and all of that, but it takes about 3 years to complete. Then you realize that year in, year out, inflation, the cost of the project continues to increase, right? So the allocations are being done as specified, but how the allocations are being done, as I spoke about, the thin spreading of the funds is a key issue that really happens. And also the value for money in terms of what the projects are intended to do. You've heard of a lot of issues around dams that were supposed to be built, but they're actually dug out, right? That are not fit for their intended purposes. You go to a community where a warehouse has been built, there's a fundamental issue around even getting farm machinery to boost production. So if production is not boosted, how do they get the bumper harvest to actually store the excess, produce in the warehouse? So, and then there have been situations where districts are not consulted in terms of the project. So sometimes we go out for value for money assessments, and what we hear from district assemblies are like, hey, we're there, and then a contractor came and said, the ministry says I should construct this classroom block. Give me a place to do the construction, right? How is the monitoring done? How was the assessment done? How was the bidding done? All of those things are not, you know, we don't see the process around this. But the projects are all listed. If you pick up petroleum reports and reconciliation reports, all the projects are listed. But as I mentioned, the devil is in the detail. And what happened also goes beyond just the revenue management law. It touches on the kind of environment that we are creating, the kind of regulatory lethargy that we are creating for companies, and the kind of inactivity that we continue to have on our producing fields. All of those things impact on the value. And then the posture around, national companies and what they need to do in driving, our oil and gas policy in Ghana. It's very important. As I mentioned, in 2019, we uncovered the work program from the National Oil Company, and over 10% of their revenue, of their income, or what they needed to use, was just being budgeted for CSR activities, right? That wasn't a core part of the core duties of their operations. Meanwhile, we have them with all of these strategic workforce, but have not been successful in drilling even a single well, right? So all of these things really is something that impacts on value creation within the oil and gas sector. So a lot has happened in these things. And again, it ties in with your issue around local content and then the creation of linkages. So across the extractive sector, we have local content and local participation laws. In fact, for the mining sector, we have a local procurement list where there's a strict list where companies are supposed to adhere to, in terms of, you need to seek this project, by all means, buy it from a Ghanaian producer. Some of them are even indigenous Ghanaian companies. You should buy it from them. Or some of the lists even show that the shareholding, minimum shareholding, should be about at least 50% Ghanaian shareholding. So all of these losses are there. But the key issue is the fact that those products are largely imported. So yes, a Ghanaian company undertakes the purchasing, but it's just a procurement issue where you will still have to import. And the companies that are producers or manufacturers also have issues around, the cost of production, the cost of power, which are all, key issues that affect industrial policy. So what we've been looking forward for, or we've been advocating for, is to create a robust industrial policy on the back of the extractive sectors, because we know that supplying in terms of backward linkages provide, as I mentioned, a huge market. And this market is just for large-scale mining companies. So imagine small-scale mining companies, right? Imagine oil and gas producing companies. That's a huge market potential for the Ghanaian suppliers, and that allows value to be retained in country, and that is very important for us to do. Forward linkages, value addition may require a lot of investments, especially if you take lithium, for instance, or if you take, refining, let's say, silicon into polysilicon for solar, or refining your lithium spodumene into pure lithium oxide. You may require additional investments. You may require a huge, cost that would need a bigger potential for you to do, which perhaps government may not be able to do. But you see, the backward linkage is one of the lowest hanging fruits that we can take advantage of and use that to build even better forward linkages as far as value addition is concerned. So we talk a lot about value addition, but we do quite a little around sustaining the conversation on value addition, and that is where the problem is. And how can we prioritize indigenous investors? It's a very important question, but it goes beyond just prioritizing indigenous investors. I can tell you that there the local content regulations is actually meant to boost local participation, right? But because there are fundamental challenges around capacity, around financing, around local companies' own attitude of fronting, it defeats those concepts around local content and local participation. And if you take the oil and gas sector or the extractive sectors in general, it's a lot of standards that are involved and a lot of financial muscle that are involved. And unfortunately, we do not have that muscle to do that. I think that effective corporate governance principles um around the management of firms and businesses are important, number one. And also perhaps the mindset on this is ours, and having to open up an environment for more investments to come, irrespective of whether it is foreign or local, is very important. What is really in is the fact that regulation has to be strengthened, whether a local company or a foreign company. And those are the things that we need to do. Once you strengthen our environment for businesses to thrive, in the same way, local businesses would also thrive within this attractive space. Okay?
So we have 3 minutes. So your question, a quick one and a quick answer.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. So you actually answered one of my questions on the procurement list, that with the companies having their materials or resources not locally developed. And my second question is that with your presentation on government or states low participation in the extractive sector, can we line it back, or can we say that the cause is actually that the government was actually targeting short-term gains from, say, 2008 coming upwards to solve unemployment crisis in the country and to have like infrastructural growth and development, and also shift from a low-income country to a middle-income? Can we say that they actually saw the benefits, which were like short-term gains in that particular time?
So please, what would be the role of ESG and eco-innovation in resource governance? Thank you.
You have 2.5 minutes to answer.
I think there's a last question there. I'll just take that then.
Okay, so you will have 2 minutes.
I remember in 2017 when I was with AFRODAD, we organized an interagency collaboration training for GRA, Minerals Commission, I think GMPC, and all those other things at Eastern Premier. And then it came to light that these IOCs, the International Oil Marketing Company, oil companies, a lot of them are involved in transfer mispricing. And GRA officers are not able to actually detect this. And Minerals Commission, again, also revealed that the scale they were using in measuring the tonnage of the manganese that the Chinese company produces, or they pay in tons per ton anyway, the scale got malfunction. And over years, okay, is the company now that will tell Minerals Commission that it is this tons that the car is loading, and they pay by that, and what are we doing? Another issue is beneficial ownership. Okay, beneficial ownership declaration. many of our supposedly local content is fronted by politicians and even foreigners. How are we? I don't know what your institution is doing about, because it's a long time I've not been involved in this. I don't know what you are doing.
So, Dr. Ofori, you have 2 minutes.
Wow. Okay. So the role of ESG in eco innovation, I think that it has become very typical in this space, especially the concerns of climate change and energy transition. One of the things that we are seeing is how ESG frameworks are being inculcated in financing packages for even extractive sector projects. So before, let's say, the World Bank or even any other development finance institution can give you some money to undertake some key investments, you need to provide those ESG frameworks. And even in Ghana, and we have a whole document on sustainable banking principles for that expands on the ESG framework. We are hoping that it catches on, because we still have a lot of limited investment potential for our green businesses who actually lack access to financing. So if these ESG frameworks catch on, that would be good as far as resource governance is concerned. Whether the gains are short term or long term, I think it even goes beyond that. Our Revenue Management Act is actually a long term, law that was supposed to provide benefits for the long term. I think our limited participation within the industry is really as a result of the fact that we didn't have the Maxwell to participate, and not necessarily about short-term gains. And even in terms of employment, the mining sector or the oil and gas sector doesn't employ much. The sector in itself doesn't employ much. It is when, again, it is linked up with the other sectors of the economy, that is where the employment value really is. And that is why we have a lot of community agitation. So before a mine is established, perhaps Newmont established at, Kinyasi, and there's that whole promise of we'll give you jobs and all of that. Then the mine comes and they're getting menial jobs. People who are getting the real jobs are coming from Accra, and the communities are agitated. Right? So the key question then has been, how do we empower communities to supply to these mining companies based on the standards that the mining companies want, right? So it's really looking at things in a systemic way, but not really focusing, as you mentioned, on short term in terms of employment gain and employment generation, just to whet the appetite of communities to obtain a social license to operate. And my brothers, the one you've mentioned, it's a whole issue, but I think for our organization, we keep on advocating a lot. I think we've been in the news for the Doomsday reasons and all of that. And really that is what we can do to bring out the issues, push out the recommendations, and ensure that governments and other duty bearers are really called to action. The decision for them to take doesn't lie in our control, but what we can control is our ability to bring out the issues and then the implications, and try as much as possible to push them to engage and action on the recommendations. But beyond that, I think there's a lot that they have to do, and a lot of capacity that they have to build. If we are really interested in maximizing value in our resource governance. I think
Dr.
I've done
Ofori,
right.
there's an online question. We just want to be forgiven to the online audience. So given the reasons why these extractive sectors fled because of low processing capacity, is there any amendment in the Petroleum Act looking at that, or a law looking at how we can commercialize it, looking at the effects?
So Ghana operates a no flaring policy. We only have to flare when it is very, very necessary that we have to flare. When gas is produced and when gas is produced, especially for pure oil fields, most of the oil companies do not need the gas. So you need to uptake the gas. Now, gas is either re-injected into the field or it's fled. Excessive re-injection also would damage the integrity of the field. So mostly production will be affected. So then if it becomes necessary, they seek permission from the ministry and then they fled because it is not a problem, it's not a cause of BS that they have to flee. In the case of Ghana, we actually needed the gas, but our processing capacity was low. And we have a processing capacity at our 12 that is about 120 million standard cubic feet per day that we can process. But the gas that is coming from Jubilee and 10 fields have a bigger capacity. So if they re-inject more and they realize they've gotten to the maximum points, they have to flare the rest. So it's not an issue of amending the law, because the law is always there to that specifies all the things around gas flaring. But it's really looking at what is the best way to commercialize the gas. Should we bring in an investor to do that? Or does government want to do it by itself? If they want to do it, do they have the financial capacity to do it? Those are key questions that we have to look at. Nigeria began something they call the gas flare commercialization program, where they look at various flare sites at their onshore and offshore fields, and then companies are meant to bid for these sites. So companies that have the potential and then the financial and technical capacity to commercialize those gases are supposed to do that. I think it's high time we began to look at some of those, schemes to see what we can do to commercialize those gases. Otherwise, we would always talk about we operating a low flaring policy, but year in, year out, the volumes of flare gas would keep on increasing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been wonderful.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ofori, for this presentation. And we've now come to the end of our two-day workshop. I would like to thank you all for your engagement. I would also like to thank our different presenters for their presentations. I think it's been quite educative and stimulating. And I think many of us are going back with lots of things to chew on and to reflect on. So in terms of housekeeping, we know we've got the snacks upstairs, so you can go have the snacks, continue to socialize. This evening, is there anybody who can assist? This evening, there is a round table. It's starting at 6 o'clock, and we can access it online. It's a round table being organized by ideas. So you could say that the conference actually starts this evening, but I don't have the online information. There's nobody from Ideas here. On the Ideas website, okay. So if you would like to, then please visit the website, and then you can log on to the round table. For tomorrow, there's going to, for those in the hotel, Errata, the bus is going to come, I think at the usual, I think it's 7:30 or 8. Yes, to pick you up, to take you to the conference at La Palm, and it will bring you back in the evening. And so for those of you staying at La Palm, you'll be given your dinner. For those of you who make your way, same way you made your way to the workshop, making your way to the conference, you will receive transport. And then the usual tea, coffee, snacks, etc. And somebody's glasses were left at the table. So if you can come and see me, it is Balmain. Okay. So if anybody can't find their glasses, I put them. I think I put it. So once again, thank you all very, very much and have a pleasant evening. Yes, yes, we will. We will circulate and distribute the material. Yes. But we've got your email addresses. So the very email addresses we use to get in touch with you is the email addresses we will use to send the material. So have a good evening and thank you all very much. And for those of you who don't stay for the conference, a safe journey back to your destinations.
Please, colleagues, please let's stay. I think, yeah, let's stay. Yeah. So I think the workshop participants is also appropriate that we express our appreciation to the ideas team. So on that note, maybe I think the ladies do this best. So let me call you to do that on our behalf.
So on behalf of all of us, the participants who have been given so much information and knowledge that it will take years to process, we want to say a very big thank you to Ideas and to all the organizers. Prof, we are grateful to you and your team, everybody who has been involved in organizing this workshop in one way or the other. Yesterday, I was telling Prof, I said, even the opportunity to sit here and listen is even enough. So Prof was saying, oh, you'll be giving TNT. I said, Prof, even the opportunity to sit here, the wealth of knowledge I have gotten over the, few hours that we spent yesterday and today. Tomorrow, like Oliver Twist, tomorrow, for those of us who are staying, who would want to continue and get a lot more knowledge. So we are very grateful and we hope that there will be opportunity for us to engage even further. And if there's a way we can also be absorbed into Ideas, I'm sure probably we will want to be absorbed so that we will continue the learning curve. Thank you very much. And yeah. What time is the workshop? I forgot. I don't want to give it the wrong. Ah. Okay, well, you never, I didn't do it, sorry.